Alright, are we finally set? Will this finally work, or will it freeze as soon as I open my mouth? Oh boy. I have so much comments to get back to in the chat. I just need to size this down back. Put myself in the corner so I'm not the center of attention, but I'm still present, I guess. I'm also realizing that I may not have put the image in a context that makes sense, like the order of the pictures. I will fix that right after. Integrate webcam, and let's show my face to these lovely people, which I don't think they necessarily want me to see this. Alright, so puts a Kevin in a corner. Oh boy. Alright, so I will actually have to reorganize these because I really don't enjoy them being the opposite of what they should be in terms of, like, every position is wrong. So this one goes down there, this one up there, up here. This one will go down there, and this one. First correct position, second correct position, third correct position, and finally. Alright, so if I move that face out of the way, like so, I can actually... Okay, so maybe to you guys it makes no difference, but to me it makes the world of a difference, because now you're looking at it like it follows the path of the train. It actually makes sense towards the actual map. Alright, so now I'm gonna go through the whole chat and answer previous questions because I've missed a lot. I've seen the chat go quickly while I was busy fixing my stuff, so I have to really get back on that to really catch up what I've missed. So like so. Alright, so let's go through the entire live chat, not just stop chat. Alright, so hi Paul, hi Colleen, hi Kevin, hi Russ, hi Darren, hi, Russ has already said, hi Cub, hi Fresno Jason, and hi Dave. Nice. A good group is here. So, what is happening in the chat? I know if this was for a previous message, for previous time, Kevin, but thank you for letting me know. And if you see something else freeze, let me know. I have found that the only way to make them reliable was to force a power line of 50 Hertz, even though it's a 60 Hertz power line here. No clue what's that about, but that's what it takes to work. So that's why it kept freezing, is because it was set at 60 like it should be, but it isn't. Kevin, is this layout DCC or DC? Kevin Corner is right. It is a DC setup. I only do DC for N scale, and sometimes I'm tempted, and then I realize the work it is to convert those, so I'm just happy with what I have. Hi Kevin, how am I feeling tonight? Well, tonight it's still good, but it's gonna crash. I'm still feeling under the weather, but nowhere near as bad as during the week. I missed your live stream last night, as I said in my comment, Dave. Your live stream, not my live stream. I still have a fog on my brain, but I'm there enough to work with this when this is working. So yeah, I still have a brain fog, but I can operate to a minimum. I'm glad to hear, Jason. A bit of dirty track. Yep, so I actually have an answer as to why that spot and that specific spot was so bad and the rest was fine. Last time we used this layout, we put the ballast down. Well, what we didn't do during the live stream was douse the track in water glue mix so that it really sees in one piece. So I did that after live stream. You know, it's not a big deal, it's not a big step, it's just something you just douse everything and let it sit, right? And I couldn't do that during the live stream because it would have messed everything. So I did after, went to bed. I never use the setup afterwards. The last time we used it on stream was the last time I used my N scale. So that piece of track still had glue residue on it, which is what caused these issues. I was wondering why it was so bad, and then I realized that's the last time. So I just scrubbed it off and now it's good. The drugs are helping. Yeah, I assume. Is it frozen again, or is it just an old message again? I hope it's. I'll see soon. I can see it out of the tunnel. No, it's good. Okay, good. Kevin Steele looks like a stormtrooper, and the Punisher had a baby. Funny thing is, it is just a stormtrooper. It's just a line effect that gives it like a blurred effect. So it's just a stormtrooper. But I don't have anything about the Punisher, honestly. I wonder if it's a bad hair day again. Yeah, like not bad hair day, just I didn't take care of my hair day. Man, I got. It's really fun, Jason. It's not fun when it doesn't work, but part of the problem is I have multiple setup on only one set of cameras, so I would recommend having a setup that doesn't move. You can move the computer, like the laptop, I have no problem moving it, but moving the cameras every time is just a pain in the ass. I was thinking of buying some stuff for the N scale because I have some big news about the N scale. Not this one, the big N scale. But I'm gonna hold on that and spend my first hobby money of 2026 on a webcam setup for one of the two layout and keep the other one where it is, because this moving them every time is just a pain. It doesn't work. It takes so much time and it always causes stability issue and stuff. If I can leave them there and just plug my USB hub in and call it a day, I'll do that every time. So even if it means having 2 or 3 USB hub, that's fine. N-Scale does have a lot more cool stuff than it used to. It grew a lot in the last 15 years. A lot. I have to. That's nice, Russ. Good job. I'm super. So the thing I will say with N scale, even with shaky hands, if you do scenery stuff, you don't need to be super precise as long as the track's good. And if you have stuff like Kato Unitrack where it just clips in together, as long as what's underneath is flat enough, it should all align and hold pretty good. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue or a problem. That's gonna be great, Russ. I'm missing some stuff still. Wow, I'm late in the chat. No one puts Kevin in a corner. Kevin Corner will put himself in a corner, I guess. Jason, you'll be surprised what we'll run on this layout a little later. It fits an SD90 Mac like Dave. I have my first N-scale engine that I bought on its own. What it was an SD90 Mac, and it works on this layout. So you might be surprised, and it can pull a whole lot up a hill. Hi, Josh. Yeah, well, the only problem with that for me is that if I create that grid, then there's a lot of spaces that I don't want to wait. I don't want to show, because not that I don't want to show them, but it's my basement walls and mess. It's not actually the layout, because the angles are, you know, not bad but not great. This one, if I bend it down further, you don't see more of the layout, you just see less of the mess. Actually, you do see a bit more of the layout, I think. Yeah, it's really what it is at this point. Hi, Christopher. Just froze a minute ago. Is everything frozen? Is it? Hi, Colleen. You were here earlier. Hi, Raven. Hi, Mick. Thank you very much. Stormtrooper. Yeah, that's my face. I'm the Stormtrooper. Alright, so how late am I to the... I'm still so late in the chat. You guys are really nice at talking between each other, and then I'm not getting faster at the comment. Like to wait a full week after my ballot. I mean, Russ, waiting more than a day is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. This has been 3 weeks since I've used it, I guess. And it was dry, that's for sure. But the the glue had settled on the top of the track for sure. These cards. Thank you very much. I tried to make it at least somewhat realistic. To me, the part that really added realism was adding little characters in the I'll turn it a bit in the park area with a little what is it called, the hot dog stand and everything. But that's to each his own. I think to me that was it. So Mustache Mike, hello. Hi, Amanda. Oh yeah, for sure, Amanda. I'm sorry about that. No worry, Raven. So I'm almost... Hi, Sir Fix-A-Lot. I'm still delayed a bit. Alright. Okay, well, I've changed a setting tonight, trying to see if it makes a difference for you guys or not. I am back to the bottom of the chat, meaning I'm caught up. But instead of having the ultra low latency on YouTube for I think a 10-second delay on the chat to, like, you're seeing 10 seconds after, like, how do I explain this, a 10-second delay? between what I say and you answering, by the time I read your message, the 10-second has been passed. Like, you're seeing the image usually 10 seconds after I actually said it. Tonight, I went with a 30-second delay, or is it a full minute? I need to go check that. But I put a longer delay for better quality, for better image quality. Let me know if you guys see any difference at all in terms of image quality. Of course, the webcams are the same, so that's not going to change. But if it does make any improvements on the image quality of the live stream, let's see, what did I set? Stream latency, low latency. Oh, they don't say that. Okay, they don't say the time now that it's live, but hi mustache Mike. I'm doing my best, Russ, and I'm sorry if I'm having delays. So now you're living. Yeah, I'm living in a minute in the future. Well, I mean, we live in the same Atlantic Canada, but we're not close enough that it would affect each other's internet if we're both streaming at the same time. Nothing, there's nothing in between us that means we're mad or angry at each other and anything, or we're not annoying, pushing each other's bandwidth away. It's completely fine. He's probably, if he's not watching my stream, he's probably doing something in the house. He has the chat open, but as far as I know, he's not even in the sunroom right now in the sun deck. The trains are running while he's doing something else, so at this point he could be showing up here. So don't be surprised. Dusty's doing great. He was here earlier. He will come back around later, I'm sure. The door's open, so he can come back down anytime he wants. It's probably his second dinner time right now, where he has a self-serving food feeder, meaning that he needs to work to get the food, but he can get at it whenever he wants. But he has to work every time, so he doesn't eat too quickly. It wasn't for him, it was for Goose, but they're now both using it, so they're both gaining weight, but slowly. That's basically what's happening. Hi, Jenna Mac. So yeah, for the live stream tonight, the stream setting is not set to ultra low latency, is low latency, which is supposed to be better for what is it called? For image quality, but I don't actually know. We will see on the replay. If we don't see any difference, we won't do that again, because I don't want to take away the response time that I had if it gives nothing in return. But if it does give a better image quality, then it's worth it, right? We'll see. But like I said, the first purchase I'll do for 2026 for the layouts will be a separate camera setup for each layout, because changing everything is ridiculous, honestly. Everything's set up perfectly and let's do it all again every time. No, it's on me. I was trying to work with what I had, which I did, but now I'm ready for the next step, and the next step is buying more cameras, but not in the more angles, especially for this one. I want one more angle, but it's gonna be, I just need to print myself a stand for a phone, because the camera setup, I want a camera that oversees the entire layout, but the HO scale one needs its own camera setup. Bud Car must be taking some miniature dingus street around the layout. Yeah, well, it's a tourist attraction, right? So they're having fun around the layout. It's a fancy dining experience, like Sparky organized a few months ago. So, all right. So we're actually gonna give a change of train soon. Someone said this layout was perfect for bud cars and short 4 axles. I will throw that all away by putting my Big Mac and my container cars on the layout. What is the minimum radius on this layout? 9 3/4 inch. I know, the humanity. It's horrible, but it works great, so I'm not gonna complain. Alright, strange new comport behavior, because that never used to happen. We did these multiple times last time with no issues, so I will address that. It may be as simple as reversing the order, but I'm not sure, quite frankly. I am not sure, because this is a strange new behavior for this. It is I mean, I've used it before on this exact train and it worked, so I'm not sure why it's misbehaving tonight, but we will figure out a way to make it work. Because as you could see, the issue was not pulling up the hill, and it's not the radius, because it does that radius somewhere else. So, like, there's multiple spots on that layout with 9 3/4 inch radius, and that's the only spot it doesn't like. So clearly it's something to do with that spot, but I've seen order of a train make a difference on the behavior of said train. So I'm giving the changing the order a try before changing out all the cars to something, to the other set where I need a, what is it called, the transition car. And for all I know, if it's just the last car the problem, if it's still a problem being the last car, I have the other one that has a different coupler. Let's see if it misbehave again. So what is the chat saying? Thank you very much, Colleen. I'm missing a few. Thank you very much, Colleen, for the kitties comment. Alright, let's see. And changing the order fixed it. It was that simple. Alright. Bud Car must be taking some... oh. Damn you. Mustache Mike, I kinda still do, I guess. I have one eye working great, and the other one's kinda working, and I need to see an eye doctor soon, and I haven't found one yet. And that's because I'm not looking, because I can't see from one eye. No, that's just a joke. I just haven't picked up I just didn't take the time to do it. So, as you can see, even in 9 3/4 inch, this loco takes it. I have some shorter locomotives that will not take 9 3/4 inch. This is just a testament of how good these 90 Max, the Mini Mac as they've called it, is in general. And because he now has an SD90 in N scale and in HO scale, I looked up online, and I know he mentioned he wanted O scale, O gauge. There's unfortunately only one brand that made G gauge SD90 Max. That would have been a Mega Mac, but they were only a few made, and they're made in brass, so I don't think that's something people here will be able to afford to give him. A G-scale brass model, that's going to be probably a car loan worth. But yeah, so that was a funny idea that it gave me, but I'm kind of happy it's that expensive. That way I don't have to spend that money to give it to him. I have an excuse not to buy him. But yeah, so we're gonna add a few cars at the back because this looks nice, but it would be nicer with a few extra cars. And I know it can take it, so let's have some fun. That's great, Raven. And now I'm pushing Mile. No, that's why, Dave, I'm saying skipping. I don't want O-Gauge at all because I don't like their the front end moving, but I do have an eye for G-Gauge, and yes, I want to put it outdoor, and well, I figured I don't have to be the only one buying G-Gauge. You could too. It's a two-man job. So, and see how good the SD90 Mac is? Look at the length of this train, and that should be a 4% grade. It's probably more, being that the layout is not completely level. Dave, if you have a problem with that Mac, that mini Mac, you are the problem. You've mishandled it because clearly these engines are as good as it gets. I'm honestly a little sad that you're taking off the N scale from the layout because I know you want to build stuff there, but there's other corners of your HO scale layout that isn't done that you could do before that corner and leave that train there for the live streams until you until you get to that corner. Finish the other corners when you get to that corner, or you have started the N scale table. Until then, I'd say keep it there. It's your layout, but kind of like it there. Kind of really do. So I think I'm going to turn a bit more that way. AI over here. I lost my summer somewhere, I guess. That's gonna be fun, distracted engineering. Maybe. So, let's... Russ just disagreeing with me to disagree with me. Feel free to do so, Russ. I'm not gonna take it personal. Looking at my SD90 going at mainline speeds, I mean, it is pretty fast for N scale. Raven, all I'm hearing is tunnels and bridges. A hill is tunnels and bridges. That's all I'm hearing. Oh, money. Yeah, that's the same problem I have. G-scale trains, the freight equipment isn't apparently as expensive as I thought. The locomotives can be expensive, but the real thing is track is a lot more expensive than N scale and HO scale track. That's for sure. I can show you trestles in the world that are much higher than 20 feet in the air, even if you make that a math to even higher than that. Or just put them on the deck. I mean, around the railing of the deck. It sounds like it would work. A lot of people put G-scale trains on the side of their fences. You could put it on the railing of the deck. Just put a little wall so it doesn't fall off, and you're good. I don't know. When there's a will, there's a way. Is there a William here? I don't want to say that without a William present. It's yeah. So I know what I'm gonna do. It's probably. So it could just be a yard inside that goes outside, goes around your deck, and comes back in. You know, that could be great. It's a thing. If you really want it, you'll get it. It's that simple. Kevin and his bad influences. Alright. I'm the one. I shouldn't be talking. Alright, so I'm gonna go grab some more water because my cold this week made me incredibly thirsty for water. Like, I'm usually a water drinker. I will prefer water over most drinks like 90% of the time. But this week I've been drinking like 3 liters, 4 liters a day sometimes. It's crazy. Anyways, it's the cold making me drink, so I don't disagree with my body. But I will also grab myself a bit of chocolate to give me an extra pep of energy, and just because chocolate's good. So I will be right back. I am back. Just a heads up, my chocolate does not comes in funny shapes, like unlike Dave's. But that won't stop me from eating it. If anything, it's a good reason to. All right, so thank you very much. So my water is vodka flavored. All I drink is just all coffee flavor. All I drink is water, just all coffee flavored. Thank you very much for the compliment. That caboose, I actually searched more than I should have to find it, but I'm glad I found it. There's even a brakeman riding the back of the caboose, and the antenna came broken off. I glued it, stayed on for like 4 years, and finally broke off again, but I still have it, so I will fix it. There's that. Good Raven, I would not test it myself. Well, this is pretty close to the limit, Paul, on this setup. I've done a video actually where I pushed the limit of this loco, and I think it was 25 or 26 cars on a flat layout. But on a hill like this, that's pretty much the best it can do. I could try to add 1 or 2, but it's just gonna be too much on such a small layout. So it's gonna be... That just started. Wow, okay. I was gone getting some water and chocolate. Yeah. Which is sweetened condensed milk in the bottom. Oh, that sounds really nice, Colleen. I like my Dave's not gonna like it, but I really love Irish coffee. Yeah, I know Dave is a Scot man, and Scots and Irish are not the same thing, so that's why I'm thinking Dave's not gonna like it, but Irish coffee is damn good. Plus, Dave doesn't drink, so he wouldn't like it. I actually love the taste of water, but be careful. I like the taste of my water, which is well water. City water tastes too much like chlorine. Hi, James. Coffee and Irish cream. Yeah, yeah. So I will have to turn off my camera soon because I have some chocolates to eat to make sure I stay awake for this. And after my first chocolate, we might change locos again, and we will have to reduce the length of the train because that's the only loco that will pull up such hill this many cars. So bear that in mind. Don't expect any other N-scale locos to pull this up this hill. That's really nice, James. I'm not ready to go DCC, and I'm not into the sound for N scale. Also, I don't know if Dave is still here, or if he's passed out from from the painkillers because of the pain, which I wouldn't blame him. But I have not a bone to pick, but a debate to start. I don't think that Tsunami 2 is bad. If anything, I think Tsunami 2 has better sound than Log Sound. Log Sound, whatever. This layout was about 4 months of work. Paul. Oh, I know it will, but the sound is my problem with this. So yeah, I think Tsunami 2 has better sound, and Athern's speakers are great. The problem is all the reverb. There's a whole page dedicated to reverb in the sound files. That's what causes Tsunami to sound like trash. My P42 is a Tsunami 2 decoder with the original sound file and everything. It did not sound good out of the box, I will tell you that. But I had the options to adjust it, and now it sounds great, and I think it sounds clearer and better than any other file. The problem with other brands like Lock or TCS Wow Sound, if you want reverb or if you want the reverb effect, it needs to be in the sound file from factory. Oh, that sounds like a fun one, Dave. But yeah, the sound files on Lock Sound and TCS Wow Sounds and everything, they need to have the reverb integrated. So if you want the echo effect, it's whatever the sound file is. Yeah, well, so does Tsunami 2, but the difference is Tsunami 2 records it without reverb, and you can adjust the reverb so you have the echo effect or not, depending on how much you want it. If you have it too much, it'll make the speaker creak and go bad. Since the other two just uses the file as is, that effect is embedded in the file. If the file that you have does not have reverb, it'll probably sound great from factory, but you don't have reverb. And if you do want reverb, but if the file has reverb and you don't want it, you're stuck with it. You need to replace the file. You don't need that on a Tsunami 2 because you have the dedicated section to reverb. You put a file without reverb and you're happy with that. Just my 2 cents. Regardless, I'm not going to change anyone's mind. I believe that we're all entitled to our preferences. That's why there's multiple companies. But I much prefer my Tsunami 2. I've tried and seen multiple WoW sounds on other people's layouts, and the options for the sound and the equalizers are different, and they're not adjustable the way that I'd like them to be. They're adjustables in different way, but you don't have reverb options, and the EQ, the way the EQ work is different. But that's just me who's picky on how I want my EQ and my effects on the sounds. That's just me, but I prefer Tsunami 2. And so yeah, that's just me ranting. I will stop ranting, finish the piece of chocolate I started, and then actually show you the great news about the N-scale layout. Not this one, the other one. Alright. I will bring my face back. And I will open up something. I will open up a file that is not just any file. Oh boy. I will need to type, so just give me a second. Alright, so I'm back. I have set up. Yeah, the price is I mean, I don't care enough for sound to make sure I have it in everything. I personally I personally only put regular decoders in locomotives I convert myself. It's just that there's rarely an option of DCC silent available, and some locos I don't want to open them. So sound is nice but not mandatory. So there's that. Alright, so I will where is screen? I will make it most of the screen, but not all of the screen, so you can still see the trains go around most of the time. And I will put my face out of the way. And where is it? Screen right there. But why is it not showing? Oh, because because it's on the bottom of everything. There you go. So this is the track plan. I have almost, well, it's pretty finalized. It's what I want to do. That is Paul, that is a 4% grade right now. Well, a bit more because the layout's not flat, but about 4%. Raven train. So yeah, that will be the new plan for the layout, the main N scale layout. You don't see the whole plan because it would have been too small for the screen if I showed you the actual plan. What you're seeing here is at the bottom here. That is where my current track of my finished section is going to end up. It's going to arrive from the bottom here. It's going to go on a bridge because that section is going to be the highest. At first it was supposed to be the lowest, but turns out didn't work for the plans I wanted, but this works for the plans I wanted. So it's going to be the highest point. It's going to be over that whole section of the layout, just completely over. And then from here it's going to descend in a 3% incline, well, incline downward, so decline, all the way down here. And there's going to be two options. Run this as a dual loop setup or a single loop setup. If we do single loop setup, it's going to go through the diamond, go on the inside line right here, go all around, and go up here. Not up, but go through here, through the diamond again, and back on the outside track, and then it's gonna go up the incline and back out. That way, the outer loop that's gonna stay flat with pretty wide turns is gonna stay clear of a train. I figure that could be nice. There will be the single loop option, which means that it won't go through the diamond. When it comes down here, it'll go straight to the outer loop here, go across over everything on the outer loop there, and come back, take this turn out, and go back up. Hi, Jeff. Hey, why does this thing... this is where... Oh, that's YouTube being YouTube. I had like 5 unsubscribed this week, randomly, and I know it's YouTube, it's not you guys. So this plan is at the widest 36 inch by 8 feet, so 3 feet by 8 feet. This narrower section is 30 inches, so 2.5 feet. The yard here is going to be a freight yard to not connect, but to do interchange with the upper yard on the other section of the layout. This random track that leaves, that's going to be my staging yard. Thank you very much, Raven. I want a staging yard badly because I'm tired of risking damaging my N-scale passenger equipment. My freight, I don't mind as much because it's not as detailed, but the passenger stuff, super detailed, super fragile. I don't want to damage it. So the idea will be to put it on the lower, on the staging yard back there. This has plenty of parking. I have, I think, 10 feet of track available there, so I'll be able to keep it safe. So what I have in mind here is exactly that. We're gonna have a staging yard for the passenger back there. We're gonna have a freight yard here and a freight yard on the upper section that's down here that you've already seen. That's the completed section. This will be the incline connecting the two together, and yes, 3% is steep, but it's not as steep as the 4% that clearly works, seeing the rest of the layout working right now. So I'm good with that, and it'll give me diamond action for fun. I just love seeing a train go through a diamond. This little section with like the 2 turnouts and the 30-degree diamond is something I've done before. Works great, looks interesting. I just really wanted something different, and this takes it. This is one of the tricks that I have that I want to give to people when I'll do a track planning video. Will be is to stagger your turnouts. As you can see, if you put just one turnout ladder, like a one turnout ladder, it'll take a lot more length to get the same amount of track. But staggering, is staggering the right word? Stacking? Anyways, having a turnout to a turnout like this gives you a lot more option in a lot smaller area, like a lot more tracks in a lot shorter distance. So that's one of the tricks. The other trick that I want to give is not in this layout because it doesn't fit the layout, the design, because I didn't need that trick. But it's when you do a reverse loop, not like this, more intense. Well, technically this is kind of it. Cross it over itself, put a diamond in it or something. That way they don't need as much space to do. I'll explain that in the video. Compounds the ladder. Thank you, Oh, that's really nice, Dundas. So, do both end scale layouts have their own yard? So, I missed your question earlier, Surfix a lot. This, the layout you're seeing does not have any yard at all. It's just me taking it off and putting it back on. And that's why that's what I don't like, but this layout being smaller doesn't run passenger stuff on it, so it's fine. Every time I try it, it always ends up bad. So, just making sure I'm not missing any chat. Okay. Mustache Mike, I caught a 17-pound channel cat on 4-pound many moons ago. Oh, that's a fishing thing. Okay, they were talking about fishing. Back to my train. Back to trains. I bought a Kato N scale G loco with the iconic Union Pacific color scheme and instantly regret you've been shipped, and I found an SD90. Don't regret it. That loco will run amazing anyway, and if you like Union Pacific, it's gonna be great. Having both is not gonna make you sad. Rerailer helps to. It helps, but it's taking it off. Especially since some of the Kato Japanese bullet trains, their coupler system is not a regular coupler, and it's very easy to break off. I don't want to have a situation where I break off the very unique coupler system and I just can't use it anymore. I really want to take good care of it, and I don't want it to live in its booklet shelf thing. I want it on the layout and I want to use it because it's so nice. So that's why I want a staging yard. I saw a question. I'm debating having a yard under my table with one line to come up of the main layout. It would be perfectly fine. If you can keep the grade as low as possible, it would be best. But I mean, you do what you have to do. Just keep in mind that the steeper the grade, the harder it'll be for your locos to pull the full train up. The perk of that is if the staging yard is underneath, passenger trains which tend to not like backing up, if you back them downwards because they stay stretched, they're fine, and then pulling out because it's going up is also fine. So that way is fine. I would do it if you can, but just try to keep the incline not too steep. I've seen people do like a tunnel entrance to go into it or something. It could look really nice. Yeah, let's see what's there. You're punching a hole in. I mean, it's not a bad idea if you can. I can't because if I punch a hole in a wall here, I'm going outside in the dirt because this is a basement. So that's where I'm limited. Yeah, the passenger cars, no, they don't. They really don't. The turbo rapido, yeah, that really doesn't like sharp turns. So Surfix a lot. Unfortunately, mine have to because I'm limited in space. That's why I want the staging yard to not have to take them off. I'm gonna make one that's big enough to fit all of my passenger equipment, and then have some extra lanes for the future passenger equipment that I don't even know when I'm gonna buy. I don't even know what I'm gonna buy, but I know I'm not gonna just keep what I have because I have a problem. I will buy more. It's that simple. So I need to preemptively prepare my staging yard for that. But yeah, the staging yard at the bottom will definitely be important for the passenger equipment. Also because that way it'll stay on the flat track. It won't have to go into... Because if... Let's say I put them in this yard, which is not long enough. It looks super long, but passenger cars are really long. So let's say I would fit them there. Well, coming off, as soon as they're past the turnout there, they're on an incline, and then if they have to back down, either go through the incline and through the entire layout, or they have to back up to this track, which going up an incline and then back down an incline and a curve and everything is just asking for derailments. So I thought, no, let's have it tee off and go somewhere else where I can have a flat staging yard for all my passenger equipment. This will be a freight yard that I'll be able to go up and down, so it'll be fine. Mine scale will be a simple oval loop. I mean, you don't need much more than that, James. It's just I wanted more because I'm a nutcase. So why not, right? When you're a nutcase, you do nutcase stuff. I think. Jason, that's unfortunate, but this is a thing that I thought I never said. I never say. But I thought I'd be happy with just one bullet train. And then a year and a half passed, and then I asked and got another bullet train, and I couldn't be happier. And now I'm wondering what's next. And it's not going to be a bullet train. I think it's going to be the French TGV, the same one as Dave, but one that all stays connected. Maybe another color. I also want an ice train from, what is it called? It's from Europe. I'm not sure which country, but it's from Europe. And there's also a red passenger train. There's a few European electric trains that I really like. These sleek passenger trains are just something. They really got me. Thank you very much, Paul. So yeah, that yard there is going to be the lower freight yard. The track there is going to be the passenger staging yard. And it leads, and this track that's up there leads off to the upper end scale yard. So it's going to be a fun one. We'll have a loose. I mean, if you don't mind doing a reverse loop, but Raven, the only thing I'd be careful with for the having a loop is I've seen passenger trains derail going down a hill if they're going slow. Because of all the cars pushing on them, if the first few ones aren't heavy enough, it will push itself off the track. But if you back them down reversing, they're pulling on each other, so they're not derailing. That was just me. My Concord cars are not the most reliable, but I love them, so I keep working on them to make them work. So that's what I get. Go trains are awesome. Yeah, they are. I've seen what Rapido is coming out with. I think they're coming out with the single level Go cars, Go passenger cars, which would work for my Go as the GP40. I said I would not buy any. We'll see what happens. Where will you find a French TGV model? European dealer? I mean, eBay and Amazon Japan, like eBay Japan or Amazon Japan, delivers to Canada. Their prices after conversion with shipping and everything is actually pretty decent. And since they're made by Kato, they often have them available in Japan, even though they're not from Japan, if that makes sense. So I'm looking at that. Why is all the wrong? So that's the track plan. It doesn't sound like a big news to have a plan, but since this summer, I haven't worked on my main N scale layout because I didn't know what I'd do. Without a plan, I don't know where I'm heading and I don't know what to do. This just answered that question. Yeah, exactly. A lot of Japanese eBay or like $3 shipping, which is a joke at that point, right? It's So, yeah, I have a plan. I know what I'm gonna build. I know how I'm gonna build it. I just need to start working on it now, which the first step is to buy wood because I don't have. Yeah, thank you, Colleen. It is, to me, this is a big victory because I finally have a plan. Funny thing is, that plan, that is very close to the original plan I had at my previous place. That took me a year to find. And then once I found that, like not find, but created that plan and was happy to build it, I got told I was moving because, well, I didn't get told. I started shopping houses more seriously. I still started building. Then we found a house. I dismantled. That house wasn't good. I didn't feel like reassembling it. Then I found this house, which was great. Then I moved, and now it's here, and it hasn't. And at first I didn't think I would make it work. I was able to make it work. Like by reworking a bit of stuff and then I mentioned. So this is gonna be amazing. I'm very excited. I got my N scale from Plaza Japan. I'll have to check out their eBay. On eBay, it's not just Plaza Japan. There's other Japanese sellers that are worth checking out and trusting. Japanese people are very trustworthy and very nice. So their service is always, their customer service is above anything I've ever seen, the Japanese stuff. So I have the utmost respect and I try to be as nice as possible with them. So there's that. But since I found the trick of Amazon Japan, I'm also very excited about that. I'm going to change a few things with my N scale main layout as well. I'm going full Kato DC setup for the power. I had other power supply and everything. It wasn't as smooth of an experience as I wanted to. This will have Kato power packs. That's more stuff to buy. There's going to be a lot of purchasing, unfortunately. And I say unfortunately because I don't like buying anything but rolling stock. I'd love to have everything just already and then work on and then buy more trains, but I will have to buy power packs. I will have to buy power splitters. I will have to buy more track, a lot more track. But I have 3/4 of the number 6 turnouts, which is the Kato ones, which are the most expensive ones. I have the Diamond. I have some of the Atlas turnouts on there. And I have some track. I will use what I have. I will not waste what I have. So what I'll do, hi Kinton. So what I'll do is map out what I have to build this, see what's missing, do a list of track that it's missing, order that. I will check the prices at OVR shipped versus Japan shipped. I don't know which one will be the cheapest because the import fees does raise the price. There's some stuff that it's still worth ordering from Japan, but some stuff it's cheaper to order from OVR. So, I saw a question. What brand is the local? That's the Kato. That's the exact same as Dave, except with a different road number. It's a Kato engine. Well, in N scale, you could give me any amount of money because it's on DC, so it's not gonna happen. It can't collide. But I am not hi Panuk. I don't want I'm not one to destroy my stuff, so unless you're paying for the rolling stock that's hitting each other, I am not doing it. Creative Valley online store, they're a fair bit pricier anyway. Yeah, that's the case, Dave. And have you seen Kingston Locomotive Works? Their website is just locomotiveworks.ca. They're slightly pricier than OVR, but to me they're much cheaper in shipping. So, and they're really not that pricier, and once in a while they have sales that are cheaper than OVR. That's how I got my my DCC controller, actually. They had a sale for quite a good amount of money. But Kingston Locomotive Works, I will actually just give you guys the link online. Yep, that one. The website is not the most modern looking, but it works great. And I've ordered from them. Shipping is, like I said, cheaper for me. And what I've often done is build my cart in both store, which is most of them have about the same inventory, and then check the price with shipping, which one is cheapest, because sometimes one is slightly more expensive, but the shipping is like it's $5 more expensive, but shipping is $10 cheaper. That means it's technically $5 cheaper after everything. So that's how I buy. And I actually buy from a third place that offers. I will turn off that window. Where is my laptop screen? Right there. Oh, I closed it. Okay, I will open our browser. Hobby wholesale. This place is further away from me and from you as well. It's from Alberta. It's called Hobby Wholesale. That place is a bit more expensive than both. Probably closer to Credit Valley in terms of pricing. But here's the catch. Over $80, it's free shipping. OVR sometimes has to charge me $28 shipping. If the items comes up $15 more in OVR, but then I save $28 in shipping, that gets my business, right? I know I'm counting dimes on multiple $100 orders, but everything's so expensive now that I don't feel bad for doing this, right? They're available online, and I take all three seriously. All three have great customer service. They're great people. They all want to help you as much as possible. But since everything is so expensive, and shipping is so expensive in Canada, counting it in your total price in your cart makes a big difference. So they have exceptions for their free shipping policy. If the box is over a certain size or a certain weight, they have to charge you. But unless you have HO scale flex track, which is very long, or very big items, it should fit in the free shipping thingy. Also, they have 3D printer stuff on Hobby Wholesale. But these are the three main places I order from when my hobby shop is not available or is not near me. So that is my way of shopping. I count the shipping and the price. Oh no, OVR will never do free. No, but again, they have lower prices, right? So sometimes even with free shipping, it's still more expensive at that spot than OVR with full price shipping. This is why I shop every time and I look around, because depending on what I order, sometimes the price difference isn't big enough and the free shipping is worth it, but sometimes the price difference is big and free shipping is not worth it. So it's really a shopping around type of deal, and you do what you have to do, and no hard feelings there, right? It's just what life is. Hi, Giari. So yeah, that would be my my three recommendations would be OVR, that pretty much everyone knows here, I think. I don't mind putting the website. Shop around and find... That was loud. Sorry about that. But yeah, that would be my three websites, my three main ordering websites, and I just go between the three places depending on what I need, whichever gives me the best price, including shipping, since Kingston has flat rates on certain items. Like I've seen $12, $15, and $18 flat rates, and depending on the size and weight of the item, and they can add on stuff without adding on to the shipping price. So that's why it's good to look at Kingston Local Works, but sometimes it really depends on what you're looking for. But yeah, those are the three places I shop at. So I will change the train on the track. I will put something that's basically the opposite of this. I will put a small and fancy, but not nearly as heavy duty for pulling locomotive. That I love that loco. I know Colleen does. I'm pretty sure other people really like it too. But it's gonna have to be a. I will just bring that one down and put the other loco. But the rolling stock behind will have to be very limited. And I don't have a hint. I don't have a caboose for it. Maybe that will tell you which loco I'm putting on. Let's see if anyone can guess. Actually, the loco. The hint is I don't have any caboose. It's smaller. It's lighter, but it looks really, really good. And if you've been around on my channel, you've seen it before multiple times, both on live streams and videos. And the reason I don't have a caboose for it is because the road name is too recent to have ever, like, it's a small road name that never had any caboose made for them. I don't even know if they have cars to their names, or they just bought existing rolling stock. Has anyone figured out which loco it is? Are you in N scale or ratio scale? Tonight I'm in N scale, but I'm doing both. So this is not a hint. I want you to put your guess in, Colleen, and I want you to spoil it if it is right. I will just say, put your guess in, and everyone else you can put a guess in, so that we can have a, we can see who was right, and it's just gonna be fun. No, Colleen, that is the wrong scale. And they did have caboose, actually. Alright, so. Oh, I'm sorry, Sir Fix-A-Lot. Have a great night. Hope you're gonna feel better after. So. So since Colleen's guess was not the right one, I think you'll all be gladly surprised by what's going to come on. Light blue. Yes, yes it is. It is the Central Maine and Quebec. This little unit is just a thing of beauty. Oh, I forgot to remove the Kato engine. Whoops. For anyone wondering, the new low-code I'm putting on is an Atlas, so it runs just as good, just a little slower at the same level of power. But that's not a bad thing at all. What is a bad thing is it, I think one wheel was off on a car, so that's that would explain it. So it's running well with 3 cars. We're gonna try a 4th one when it comes back, but I'm not guaranteeing anything. Is that the dungeon you keep Jim in, Dave? Is it that bedroom? Sounds more like a, sounds really like a dungeon. I will not say what kind of dungeon, but it sounds like a dungeon. Also, don't tell your insurance you have a bedroom without windows, because the fire marshal will come in and will not agree with you. If there's one thing that I've heard from fire marshals is that bedrooms need windows over a certain size so they can extract you from it in case of emergency. I don't wish any that kind of emergency on anyone, but at least if it happens, I want you to be able to get out of the house. Just saying. I think Dave talked about it on the last live stream that he had. I watched the replay, I wasn't there on the live stream. He said something along the line, if something bad happens, just grab your family and pets and just go. That's just, I would have the same argument. Egress, maybe. Winko. Like I said, Dave, you can call it the dungeon. That would be James' dungeon. But yeah. So, and that's also actually fun fact. That's why my basement is not finished. The basement is too deep in the dirt to have big enough windows to have a proper to make a room out of it. You need to really dig around the windows and really dig into the foundation to put the proper windows, so we're just not gonna finish the basement. Well, we might make like a movie theater or something like that, but finish. Like, there's not gonna be any rooms in the basement for that reason, for fire safety reason. Oh, it's good with 4. Nice. I put 4 good cars, so that helps. But it does. I've been trying to get. Built on a. Dave needs a pass. I will disagree with you, Jeff. Atlas is second as good as it gets for locos. First one being Kato for performance, but Atlas is pretty damn near Kato for quality of engine and rolling stock. The recent rolling stock, very good as well. Incredible bang for the buck in terms of quality performance. Oh, yeah, Russ, you're probably right. So, okay, so Jeff, Atlas track and Atlas rolling stock, two very different things. Atlas equipment is Atlas rolling stock. I love it. Atlas track. It can be problematic easily, but it can also be a great way to save money if you want to work with it. Like my current yard on my bigger N scale layout, I often have derailment problems when I shove cars into it, and it's entirely the turnout's fault. But not all cars have that problem. Some are fine, some are, and sometimes I've been the issue. I've discovered that I've had, what is it called, the ballast stuck in the frog and stuff like that. I've had cars that have just too big of flanges. I've had, like, there's some issues that are my fault. Some issues are just unreliable switches from Atlas. But the difference in price between their switch and every other switch on the market makes me buy them anyways and deal with their problems. Just to be fair, HO scale code 100 switches, I've had nothing but good experience with them. Never been an issue. But N scale, they're not all the same. That's what I'm gonna say. So O gauge, they're probably great. And Dave had problems with his curved code 83 turnout from Atlas. I have code 100 turnouts from Atlas and curves. Never been an issue. I bought a new one for my friend as well. Never had an issue, and he has a pretty special layout. I guess I built it, so it's my fault. But it's been great. But yeah, the frogs and the rail guards on the N scale Atlas, I think they have a problem with the spacing. They're not full NMRA compliant or something. They all right, see you, James, thank you for coming. But also that's why I'm keeping Atlas around for the track stuff. They have a lot more options in their sectional track than Kato has for turnouts and diamonds and stuff. Kato has number 4s that are frankly worse than Atlas, but their number 6 is amazing, so there's that. And they have 2 diamonds, a 15 degree that takes too much space, and a 90 degree. That's it. You know what Atlas has? Number 4s that work decent. Number 6 that works great. Number 8 that I've never tried but can be worse than number 4s. They have diamonds 15 degrees, 20 degrees, 30 degrees, 45 degrees. I think 60 degrees, I'd have to check, and 90 degrees. 30 and 45 is a lot more common of a track placement than you'd think, but Kato? Nope, they don't make those turnouts, those diamonds. So I will have Atlas tracks on my layout. Turnouts depends. On my main line, I'll probably keep Kato number 6. Well, on the plan, it's all Kato number 6. on the main line, except where the Y is with the funny stuff, but you can bypass it. So if I want a just fun running, I can just use the Kato main line with the number 6 turnouts and not have issues. And if I want more complex switching, I'll have derailments, probably, with that N-scale Atlas turnouts. But guess what? So do real railroads. They do have derailments when they do switching. So it's just a more realistic experience. Who's really to complain? And there are some cars that are much worse than others, so you get to know your cars and know which one to shove where. That's also a thing I've noticed. Just making sure. Anyone have any experience with Atlas Master Series S2 locos? Been looking at one on eBay, can't stop refreshing. Never had one. What's the scale? Probably because they have N scale and HO scale. Which scale is it? HO. I mean, I don't have an experience with that specific engine, but many of us will tell you Atlas locomotives are generally really good in HO scale and in N scale as well, but in N scale their biggest issue would be traction on inclines because they're light, but otherwise they're good. HO scale, they're just great. I don't have the only Atlas HO scale loco I had problems with is my Blue Devil, and the problem was something happened to the board that came on. That's it. It wasn't actually Atlas or the loco. It's someone tampered, and I think I know what happened, and I may be the cause of the issue. Actually, now that I think about it. So the person who had it before me decided to weather one thing and one thing only. The exhaust. Why? I don't know. I'm glad they only did the exhaust because I would not have bought the loco if it was weathered. And when they did it with cheap acrylic paint. So I could pop the exhaust off. So I popped it off, washed it off to remove all the acrylic paint that they put on to weather it, and put it back on the loco. Well, the breadboard was just well, not breadboard, but the PCB was just under that exhaust. So either when they weathered it, it leaked into it, or when I washed it, if it wasn't properly dry, when I put it back on, I thought it was, but maybe I was wrong, that leaked onto the board. So it was either me or the previous owner's fault. Yup. Not the proudest of that one, but it happens. I mean, not the proudest, but at the same time, it works now. It works great. It looks great, and I'm happy with it. So it's been speed matched and consisted with my childhood GP9M for the past week and a half now, and I've ran it. I don't know how many laps. Not a single issue, and because it's a double header, I've been pulling 12 car trains up my grade, no issue. When alone, they can't pull more than 5 cars each. Actually, 4 cars for the GP9. So I cannot complain. And again, I don't know the physics, but both in HO and N scale, I've noticed that doing double header more than doubles the pulling capacity up a grade. I don't know. I don't know the physics, but that's what it is. So Well, yeah, that's the plan. So I'm glad you guys and gals seem to really enjoy. Well, not enjoy, but you really liked the track plan I've set out for the future of my N scale layout. That layout will be. I just don't want to close live stream by accident. There you go. So that layout will be up and running sometime in 2026. That will be my main 2026 project. In 2025 I moved into a house, and then I started an HO scale layout after having an N scale layout temporarily set up, and now I'm ready to move on to the next step, which is finally building my main N scale layout. Everything is assumed, everything is cool when you're part of a team. Yeah, that is true. And there's an explanation to this. Dividing the weight between the two, like, I don't know. I don't know physics. I wish I did. Hi, Jersey Bill, by the way. But I don't know the explanation as to why putting two locos together, they can more than double. I would assume it would just double, but it's more than double. I just don't know. I'm sure there's a physics explanation. I just don't know. But yeah, I'm glad people here seem to have enjoyed and are looking forward to the N scale layout. That will be my main 2026 project. Building that will be video documented, definitely. All the steps from the bench work to actually building the layout, to building the scenery around it, building everything. It'll be a full video, fully videoed thing, and that's for multiple reasons. As much as it is for you guys to enjoy, I also like going back on my older stuff and seeing the progression that I've done, because sometimes I look at my layout and I'm like, I've stalled for a while, I should progress more. And then I look at a video from 2 months ago and I'm like, holy moly, I've done a lot since then. It's just many small things that don't seem a lot by themselves, but you know, they accumulate anyways. So there's that. No slots in 2026, Kevin. I mean, not tonight. I'm not saying no. There will be slot car stuff in 2026. Not tonight. I don't have any time frame for slot cars. I think I oversold the idea of the slot car stuff, and I'm sorry for that. It's not that I don't like it or I don't want to do it anymore. It was just never supposed to be a main component. It was supposed to be a fun part, like a fun side project. But it quickly took a lot of time, and then you guys didn't get any proper results, which is my fault. I really want to bring back the channel being an N-scale channel main. Should I? Don't completely give up, Russ. I've had some thoughts on the channel in general. Distracted engineering, it was fun for a minute. It's still fun for me. It's just more tedious in maintenance than I'd like to admit, and the only times I was happy with my slot car layouts, like my slot car tracks, it was never when it was on a layout, because I had a lot more space for back and forth, which I don't right now. and I find it annoying that I can't use half of my good stuff for my slot cars. So it's not as motivating that I wish it was. Anyways, it's hard to explain. The channel was founded to be mainly an N-scale layout, N-scale channel, and the HO scale and slot was a side project, and the slot car was a side project of a side project. It wasn't supposed to be a big part. No problem, Paul. So don't completely give up, Russ, but I don't want you to expect it. I want you to be pleasantly surprised when it does happen. That's the best way I'll put it. See, that's one of the things, Russ, right? I miss them too, but the jump makes it that I can't run them. But until I figure out a way to, at this point, make a custom railroad crossing, because I'm in a curve where it jumps over, I can't run the trucks. And anyways, it's the whole thing there. I just really need to think this one through, honestly. That's where I'm debating, and I don't know how I feel about it, because I loved it so much. I searched long and hard for those trucks. I really wanted those trucks. And now that I've got them, I barely use them because I didn't build the track. Well, I didn't. My plans changed too many times, and at this point, the track does not allow for much because of the jump, and I really need to rework that. But that's, again, I will not say to give up on this, but take it as a pleasant surprise, not as a promise on the channel. I want 2026 will be about the main N scale layout primarily. Now that I have a plan, I'll be able to follow something and build it, which I'm very happy with. I will still run and work on the HO scale on the side. Now that it's a dual loop working, I'm very happy with. It's just slow progress from now on. Even this week, I was sick all week, so I barely could work on it. I had so many plans for this week. I had 3 videos planned. I had so much work that I wanted to do. And the days I was supposed to do them, I was just bedridden sick, so I couldn't. I got one thing done. It was cleaning and installing the turntable. That will be seen soon enough. But it wasn't filmed. I was still too sick to film anything. I did a bit of wiring. I finally put a feeder where in the curve back section. There's a bit of work that was done, but not a lot. And that will be a fun, slow project. I loved when I was younger. Now I'm married. Jersey Bill with the jokes. So Raven, I have that. That was not a sentence. Wow. Raven, normally I'm not good with plans, and I just go off the cuff and do as I please. Not as I please, but as I feel. That's how I've been working on the HO scale layout. But I've been saying since July that, alright, next I'm working on the N scale. Next I'm working on the N scale. And I haven't, because I didn't have a plan on what I'm going to do with the N scale. Now I do have a plan, so I will work around that. And from that, I'll see what happens. I'm sure it'll turn out all right. I'm sure it will. Can't be that bad, right? Right? I hope. That's gonna be funny, actually. So yeah, what happened? Did the gas back up? I gassed the bedroom. That's the problem. Thank you, Russ. And like I do want to do what I please, but the reason I wasn't working on the end scale is because I didn't know what I wanted to do. Now that I do know what I want to do, I'm a lot more excited to work on it. I'm not looking at it like, another thing I need to do. It's more, I'm excited to finally get to where I have planned to get. That sounded weird, but you know what I mean. I have a goal. I'm excited for the goal, I'm not just working at it to work at it. Plus, the HO scale, now that the loops are working, I'm not as worried. Anytime we want to run the HO scale, I can just turn on the power, put some trains on the track, and just have fun with it. Even if the scenery is not completed, it's fine. I'm not moving from this house for years. Not until my retirement, that's for sure. So I don't see why I would rush the scenery. There's some areas that I could improve, but not that much. Yeah, exactly, Raven. When you say, oh, it's no longer fun. Plans are made to be changed. Yep, that's good enough. Hi, Strasbourg. Even blueprints get changed. I know. I'm just saying, like, that's the only way I operate, right? Is I want to have a goal. It's probably going to change. I can't say that the layout I showed earlier will be exactly what it's going to be when I'm done, but at least I have a goal and an idea in mind to prove that my goal has changed a few times. Before doing that track plan, I had that track plan in mind with no concept of size, and today I was about to go to the hardware store to get the wood to build the bench work for it, and I build the track plan in my track planning software, and I build the bench work I wanted to build. It was not going to fit whatsoever. So I went back, redid the bench. I was so happy I didn't buy the bench work, the wood for the bench work, because it would have been a mess more than anything, and a waste of money. So I went back to the track plan, did my plan properly, and built a bench work around it that would fit it. I came back downstairs with those measurements, made sure it would fit. It does. We're good. We're safe. So I have an actual plan. Now, the part I did not plan is a full-on work desk where my 3D printer and everything's gonna live. Because I had some other changes in the house, and I don't know where to put that. The workbench you've been seeing is just a pull-out desk bench that I have under the layout, but I can't put a lot of things on there because I need to remove them every time I want to put it back in, push it back in. So there's that. All right, so next train. I'm sure if I put maybe you can design a new workbench. No, I'm not good at woodwork, so I have a computer desk that's not in use right now. I just need to find a way to make it fit somewhere in the basement that's easily accessible from the train area without rearranging anything. So I'll see what happens. What time is it? Oh, it's already 10. Wow. So we're gonna change the train. Is there looking at the chat, I'm trying to see if Thank you, Miss Jenna. Do you have any railroad lantern in your collection? I don't have any. Where the heck is Ollie at? I don't know. She wasn't there either yesterday, but yesterday was a very late stream. Nice one, Mike. So, I know that sounds like a really well organized area, distracted engineering. I will ask one last time, is there any particular request for locos to run, or am I free to just pick and choose? Thank you, Jenna. Yeah, I live a little far to walk to. RDC. Alright. The RDC's coming back. Go for it, Kevin. So Strasbourg. I'll put the Steam first, actually, because it's only going to be on for a few laps. The Steam does not pull anything on up this grade. It's too light to pull anything. I know Holly's not there, but Russ is here, so... Oh, Colleen's going to bed. And it's derailed. Alright, I'll go fix that. Good night, Colleen. Thank you for coming. I will go, I'll go fix the steam engine. So we'll give it a few laps, but that one's not gonna stay long. We're gonna put the RDC back afterwards, and after the RDC, I'll put something else. I know, Jersey Bill. Well, it's really close, and I'm planning on putting out a YouTube short tomorrow, so that should be tonight's stream, and tomorrow's short should be really the kick that's missing. And also, I'm very close to the 3,000 watch hour, which is also required for the live stream. What is it called? The super chats. So since both are required to have those, I'm this close to both. I would like to say, even before it happens, thank you to all of you. The watch hours is purely because of you guys. I'm not getting nearly enough watch hours from my videos or from my shorts to make much of a difference, but these live streams have been giving me about 80 watch hours per and that will just, yeah, Jersey Bill, put it in your shorts. But yeah, that caboose has something going off. these live streams has been giving me the watch hours, which is the thing that's most difficult to get on YouTube, more than subscribers. And I know my growth is not the fastest, but at least it's been consistent, whatever. Oh, there you go. It wasn't properly clipped in. It's been consistent. Meaning it's a good audience and that YouTube isn't hating my channel, but the watch hour is everything to get, and you guys have been allowing me to make that happen. Keep it in your shorts. So thank you all for allowing this. Well, for being here. By being here while I stream, that makes a difference, because if you think about it, I stream for on average 4 hours, which is decently long actually. More than many people, not as much as Dave. Dave does crazy streams, but I more than a lot 4 hours, and these 4 hours usually get me maybe 4 subscribers, 5 subscribers. I've had crazy days which gets me 15, but most of the time it's about 4 or 5, which is good, but not the biggest subscriber explosion I've seen, right? But it gets me 80, 90 watch hours at a time, because if on average I get 20 viewers, tonight it's a little bit slower, but I've been unstable on stream time, so that's on me. I need to get back on track with a proper schedule, which tonight is the proper schedule. 7:30 on Saturday nights is what it's going to be. Since I'm getting back into this, I get about 80 to 90 watch hours, so on average 20 people watching for on average 3 of the 4 hours. Well, that alone, 20 times 3 equals 60 hours. Plus the other people that come in and out for a little bit of time, that gets me the 80 hours, right? And that makes a big difference. So, thank you all for coming. You guys and gals have been making a huge difference on the channel. So, just wanted to say thank you, and saying that we're almost there. I was hoping to put out enough content before the end of the year to be able to get into the year with the 500 subscribers. I got too sick for that. I'm fine now, and I will work on my layout from now on. So I'm curious now. I want to see where I'm at. I'm at 490 subs, and I'm 450 hours behind on watch hour, but tonight's gonna be probably another 80, and it takes a few days to come in. So by the end of January, I'm getting the option. So thank you very much. And along with that, what else? I feel like there were other news I wanted to talk to you guys about, but I don't remember. How can I? Wow, that's bad. I wanted to show you guys something. Yeah, 2026, woohoo. I mean, I think having plans for 2026 already is a good thing. Also, I will say, the HO scale layout, I know you guys can't see it right now, but building a 10 by 14 layout in HO scale, from nothing to fully functioning DC and DCC dual loop layout in 8 months is not a bad time track. Like, sometimes it felt like I had done nothing for months, but that's impossible because there's way too much that has been done to not have been working on it, so that I didn't work on it for a month, right? It's Jenna, well, thank you. I do my best. It's just, it depends on what time of, and what day and what time it is. Like tonight, I start at 7, so 8, well, 7:35, so let's say 7. 8:35, 9:35, 10:35, 11:35. If I go till midnight my time zone, well, it's 4.5 hours. I'll probably do at least up until midnight, and maybe more tonight. So that way we'll get, you know, as much people in as we can, and if it gets me the hours that I need, I'll freaking take it, right? So that was the steam engine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just lonely being there. And if I put the RDC on, they're not going at the same speed at all. And as a reminder, this is DC, so I cannot adjust the speeds individually. Another reason why I'm excited about the main N-scale layout is there's going to be 2 separate loops, so we'll be able to put 2 different things on track at the same time. But someone also requested the RDC, so the RDC is coming. So the reason I'm running it in this direction, it's one of the few vehicles that doesn't have any issue running that direction. And I just find it nice to change direction once in a while. Always running, even though it's different trains, the same direction becomes more or less the same after a while. Go for the end while your eyes are still good. I've seen people well in their 70s and in their 80s with N-scale. As long as you keep working at it and you're used to it, it's fine. It's very much fine. And everybody talks about N being so small, like as if HO scale didn't have some tiny details as well. So, all right, Jenna, thank you for coming. We'll see you on I'll see you on the next live stream next week, I guess. So thank you for coming. Alright. I'm so used to the HO scale layout running 2 trains at the same time, and I'm looking for the second train to put on, but this cannot have a second train on. Just so used to it, and I don't know. I'm feeling lost not having a second train running. I should not do a project tonight, Russ. Thank you for the suggestion, but unfortunately I'm still too brain fogged for this. Oh boy, I don't even know what project I would do tonight, because I don't have anything that's small enough to be done in a night. The only project that's semi-small enough, that it's not small, but it could be done tonight, is something I want to do a specific video, like a video on. And it's not something new or that special, but I think it's something that should be shown more, because I'm guilty of not showing me doing it. And I'll just say what it is, because you guys are my most avid watchers. I have, well, you guys know I have a CP Rail SD40. It was a new old stock Walter Athearn blue box, and I'll say it out. I paid $50 for it. Some people will say I got ripped off. Some people say I got a great deal. I think I got a good deal. It wasn't a rip off, being it was new old stock, being sold at a store that needs some income to survive, right? They can't sell it at what it costed them. They had to make at least a small margin. Plus, they gave me a 15% discount. So, you know, I didn't even pay $50 for it. But being an Athearn blue box, it doesn't have as much details as, you know, the modern stuff. So, what I'm thinking of doing for a video for this is I'm gonna go through my list of details that I do on these engines. And when I say that, I mean all the small stuff, like painting the handrails, painting the stairs, painting the exhaust silver, painting the what other detail on the roof do I paint? Anyways, the antenna, if there's one molded in. And depending on how the video goes, I might include the wiring for the headlights and taillights. Because the wiring that I do can be done both, actually can work both in DC and DCC. So I will wire them ready for DCC, but make them work right now as is on DC, because I don't have the decoder for it. And then, actually no, the wiring and lighting will be a separate video, because I want to show everyone how I installed my decoders, because I've been saying that I've had my own method with plugs and I've never actually shown it on a video, so I need to, so I'm gonna detail a loco in one video, all the paints and stuff, and adding the all the detail parts that came with it. That's going to be one video. The other video will be doing the DCC install, but all the lighting in it, because like I said, what I've been doing in my decoders, other than the Blue Devil, because that was a newer model, is fix up or put a way to hold the decoder in the shell, and just have a plug for the pickup wires and a plug for the motor, so I can remove the shell entirely. Right, this is my method of doing it. And then if you like it, then it's a good deal. Thank you, Papa John's, because to me it was a great deal, like a good deal, because I didn't feel like it was overpriced for a brand new, even though it's old locomotive. And I love SD40s, so it was exactly what I was looking for. And I wanted a CP rail one. I had a CN and a Burlington Northern. I didn't have a CP. I got one now, so couldn't be, like, that's what I wanted. So I got what I wanted for a price I was more than happy to pay. But yeah, I want to detail it the way I do, and the title will be how to make your $50 loco look like $500, or $20 loco look $200, or somewhere in there. I'm gonna find a price range that matches, that makes sense, and I'll probably make the price range. I'll take the $50 minus 15% discount. And by the way, that's not because of who I am. It was purely because it was a Christmas sale at the train shop that I got the 15% discount. It had nothing to do with me. So I just returned. Are we talking about? I'm talking about a future project, a future video on HO scale, Jersey Bill. Sorry. So yeah, I will do a video on all the painting and small details that I do, non-electronics, no lighting, on my HO scale stuff, on my locos, because I do the same thing for every one of them. Maybe the color changes depending on the loco, but it's the same thing. And I will do a video on all these small details, and I will put a side-by-side picture of the before and after. And I promise you, just painting these small things, which are very easy with a small brush and cheap paint, you don't even need to do any fancy things, will improve the looks of the loco by a mile. And that, I don't know, let's say $35 US loco comes up to a $50 Canadian loco, will look like a $200 US loco or 300. You know, it will look much more higher end by just painting the details that are already present on your loco, just not painted. Often a lot of details are there, molded in, but they blend in because they're the same color as the rest of the shell. So because they don't pop, you don't see them, and it looks cheaper. But it's not, it's there, it's just blended in. So by putting some paint that might not even be prototypical, it brings out the details on your loco shell, and it just makes it look so much fancier and so much more expensive. Even though you didn't pay much for it, and the paint and brush was really cheap, right? You didn't spend a lot of money on it, and it looks much better. So that's gonna... Yeah, exactly. Great example, Dave. A little dot for the red paint on the fuel cap. Well, see, Papa John, I'm putting the... I'll grab an example. Oh, my camera froze. There you go. I'm back. So yeah, I'll go grab an example. So my NB Saturn came with green handrails painted by the previous owner. Just green. And the whole body was painted green with the yellow striping for the logo and the road number, right? I painted the handrails black, which might be less realistic, but they pop out a lot more. Then I made the handrails and the stairs white, and not the full stair, just the end with a white line. I made the railing, the chain white. Same in the front. And it pops out so much more. I didn't do the red dot for the fuel tank yet, but I did the antenna silver, and I did black in the middle of the exhaust with the surrounding silver. Those were all already molded on details, but they were not painted. These little things makes the engine look so much fancier. That was maybe an hour of work. That's it. Like an hour of work. Not much, like super cheap paint and cheap a cheap small brush. And it brought out the looks of the loco by a mile. So this is what I mean, right? I don't have a before and after comparison, unfortunately. But I just wanted to show you this. And there's some improvement to be done still. I want to put the... so this one has 2 sets of headlights. That's just this one. The previous owner put a nose headlight. That's a much fancier job. I'm not able to do that. But I want to put the marker lights on it. And I'm going to put the 2 color ones. That's going to be interesting, Dave. I want to see that. But yeah, I want to put the marker lights on each side. I'm gonna put the headlight in the nose and the top headlights separately controlled, and there's rear headlights. That's gonna be done all in the electronics video. And like I said, what I do differently, which I don't think is necessarily better, but I don't think it's worse either, is all my wiring is glued to the shell alongside with the decoder. And the only two sets of wire coming out of the decoder is the motor, and coming out of the shell is the motor and the electrical pickups. But those are in plugs, so on plugs, so I can remove the shell completely. So there's that. And I made sure that they're not the same plug, so that I can't plug them backwards and then short my decoder. So there's that would be my my way of doing the electronic parts. But until then, this will be the video. It will be detailing a locomotive to make it look 10 times more expensive with simple things. So, do I have the picture of all my locos? Yes, I do. Well, that's not the right one, actually. Browse, desktop. I'm trying to find the right picture with all the N-scale locos available. I know I have it somewhere, I just don't know where I put it. Oh, that's the right one. Alright, okay. Let's bring the picture. Alright, so what do you use for your rivers? Well, on this layout it's just dumping acrylic paint on it, which is not the way to do it. It looks fine on live stream, but in person it just looks like a blue paint splatter, so it's not the greatest. I would not recommend. Why is my webcam freezing? That's the laptop one. That one shouldn't have any issue. Let's try the 50 hertz thing. Let's see if I'm back. Alright, I'm back. Alright, so is there any request for a specific loco in the picture shown right there? It actually isn't that bad. I raised the heat a little bit. The whole house. It was really cold outside today, and not that bad. Big Mac again. I'll see if there's a different request. So there's a blue and white loco and fourth from the left. So the ES44AC. So I'll run. Please run the CP unit. Well, there's more than one CP. So since we ran the Big Mac earlier, we will run it back later. But I will take something else. In between the blue and white loco and the fourth from the left, which is the CN ES44AC. I will GP40-2. Do you mean, yeah, but I still have two of those. Do you mean the maroon or the orange one? I will run the blue and white loco first and then the CN. Yes. So useful. Jersey Bill, you lost your choosing privilege. No, but jokes aside, I will set the two other requests first, which is the blue and white loco and then the ES44AC, and then we'll run something that you choose, because you asked for the Big Mac, then the GP40, which maybe one of them is a GP35 and maybe one is GP40. I don't know them enough, but something there. Or your Big Mac, my Big Mac. I don't know why I said yours. My Big Mac, my tiny Big Mac. Putting a 6-axle loco in a curve is not the easiest. But it's been done. She'll need to warm up a few laps, but she'll be good. She'll be really good. I need to open her up and clean her up. She needs it. She desperately needs it. Yep, she needs it. But she'll do. Oh yeah. I'll give her a few laps to warm up, then I'll put some cars behind. Like my Whoops. Your wife is not watching, right, Bill? Just making sure. course, just when I sit down. Let's put some freight behind it. One. Two. I'm turning off my camera for this because I look like a murderer. Where are the wheels? No, they're fine. I'm just bad. Alright, let's see how good. I think the Loco's wheel are very dirty, so I will take that that's part of the problem. I'll still clean the track right there, just in case, but I don't think that's the entirety of the problem. Alright, it seems to have helped. I can't say that it's fixed because I'm still thinking that the oh, good night, Mike. Are you eventually going to use epoxy resin in water? Not on this layout, but on my main layout, yes. Yes, I will, Russ. I still think some of the issues with this Loco is because the wheels are dirty. I will actually take it off and try to see if I can clean a bit, but I don't think I'll be able to do much tonight. If I can clean anything off, it's better than nothing, right? Any cleaning is better than no cleaning. I'll take track cleaning 101 for $1. Yeah, the wheels are dirty, so more in the tracks. But this whole loco needs to be deep clean. There's some dust in the gears. The grease is old and probably a little stiff. The whole loco needs like a whole revamp. I know. I don't know who Alex is, but I knew it was Jeopardy. Alright, so she should be good enough. As you saw when it stalled right when it came out of the when I put it back on track. Now it still stalls even where I clean the track, and I know the track's clean, so the loco needs a deep clean, but it's fine. We'll run it a few more laps, then we'll swap it for the other loco requested, and said loco can pull more cars, so we'll add more cars to the train. We'll see what happens. I'm just too tired to enjoy Uber right now. Not in general, but I don't get it quick enough to be funny. And it's not that you're not funny, it's that by the time I understand it, it's too late and it's no longer funny. So today I saw a video of, I don't remember who it was just a random YouTube video of a guy. He sells O-gauge pre-built layout, and he was like, oh, I can do HO layout too. On a 4x8, those are so tiny, you can do so much in HO scale in a small space. And I'm like, my first reaction was, wait till you find out about N scale. That you can do stuff in a small space. It's not as bad as you think, Jersey Bill. It's really not. It's really not. Oh man, it's really not as bad as you'd think. There's less components. Or they're similars, just smaller or shorter. Like, yeah, the wheels are smaller, but the gears are the same size. That is true. I am not 74. But it's not as bad as you'd think. Like I said, there's multiple 70-year-old people out there who have their N scale and they love it, and it's fine. You're just not used to it. And I'm not saying to get used to it at your age. I'm just saying that since I got used to it now and I don't stop, I should keep my habit and I should be fine. You are correct, Russ. Right on spot. I've hit the dirty 30. Ugh. still not liking that one. But, you know, can't do anything about age. There's a bunch of people that would pay a lot of money to not get older, so I'm not the first to complain about it. Well, I'm not there yet either, Raven. I'm not old. I'm not young anymore, but I'm not experienced either. I'm French. I'll remind you that I didn't watch English TV until I was well in my teens. And Wheel of Fortune, or actually that's Jeopardy, it's not even the same show. Jeopardy was not on my choice of TV repertoire when I could choose what I wanted to watch. Fast and Furious, on the other hand, that I watched. Maybe too much, but that's fine. Why am I not seeing Drew's comment? Oh, never mind, I saw it. I thought he answered again after. I was like, oh boy, YouTube's messing up again. But no, okay. Also, I'm starting to think I could do those details that I'm doing on HO to my N scale stuff. It would look even better. And it's cheap and easy. I could do that. I could definitely do that. I'll think about it. Alright, so let's get ready for the loco swap for the next request. If Distract Engineering is still here, it's his turn to have his loco on. Well, yeah, of course. Well, not by much. Because it's pretty fine, the one I use for HO scale. So I don't know if Distracted Engineering is still here. But it's his turn to have the loco running. Oh, nice. I will put a few more cars behind that because it can definitely haul it. Let's see if it goes around properly. Oh, frozen. No. It worked for so well for so long. Maybe I touched something. Well, it's not coming back. What is wrong with you? It came back. And it's freaking out again. Oh my god. Just give me a second on this one. Just a second, I'll be right back. That N660 has been freaking out randomly. There you go, it's back. So, which coupler do you use on N scale? Whatever they come with. The locos still have their Kato couplers, and there is a trick to make them work properly with other couplers. I will show you said trick. So, I will turn on my camera, hoping that that will not crash. Right? So a lot of people have issues with the Kato couplers because when it latches in, the inside of the microtrain couplers, so I will find an example of my... I don't have as many microtrain couplers as most people do, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Oh, there you go. The inside tab, you can't see it on this camera. I'll borrow another angle of the layouts. There you go. Yeah, you're falling. Alright, so what often happens, oh boy, it's not focusing on it. Come on, focus. It will not focus on the coupler. Anyways, on the... It's so hard to show on camera, especially when it doesn't want to focus. Oh boy. And the image is mirrored and everything. Oh boy. Come on. So when the inside of the coupler, this side, connects to a Kato loco, it hits the notch on the outside of the knuckle. It really doesn't want to work with me tonight. Anyways, there's a notch on the outside here. If you take that off, just cutting it off and smoothing it, like so, compared to this one, you really can't see it. Anyways, Kato has a notch on the outside of the knuckle. That's what's interfering. So if you cut it off and actually shave it down a bit on the outside... Oh, something derailed. the microtrains coupler will just attach to it. That's where it hurts. It bugs, like it has problems with. Once you have that figured out, it just connects to microtrains, and it's the only one that has issue with that Kato coupler. Everything else, like the Atlas couplers and stuff, work with the Kato stuff. So I don't change my couplers unless they're absolutely broken. I just make them work and find the car combination that works. As you can see, we've had a small derailment. So yeah, that is most, not all, but most of the issues you'll have, because for whatever reason, microtrains made their, like the inside part of that their coupler so much longer than it needs to be, and it interferes with the Kato coupler. But it's microtrain that has that problem. Everybody praises microtrains for their couplers. They're not that special. They're not that great. I'm one of the few who don't praise them. But yeah, I don't want to cut my microtrains couplers because I risk of breaking them a lot more. No, I mean, I run. So this is why I think I'm good on height. Whenever I change couplers, locomotives I leave them stock, but cars I run everything with truck mounted couplers. So the height is always good, right? Because whichever company, if it's microtrains, if it's Atlas, if it's Bachmann, their truck coupler assembly is already the right height. It's made to the spec, right? So there's no variation with the body height. Even if I put spacers on the body for clearance and everything, it's not affecting the couplers. So no height adjustment. Well, the HO stuff is KD, which is a different brand. But no, Russ, I don't know how much of the N-scale world you know, but everything on N-scale, everybody praise microtrains for being the best couplers. They're the only one that I've seen break just open because of the weight, completely break. They're the most finicky to work. They're the most complicated to install. Their coupler box on their coupler, truck-mounted coupler, are bigger than everyone else. They're the only one with compatibility issues with other brand couplers. They're not that special. I don't get why people are all about them. I get it. They were the first. I think they were the first in N-scale to have knuckle couplers, and that's great. But they haven't changed their design since they came out with that design in the 80s. Time to move on, guys. Well, not anymore because Atlas bought them. But that's a different story. And now what I'm afraid is they'll stop the Atlas Accumate which I think are better because they're compatible with other brands more, because they bought microtrains. So, while a lot of people were happy about that because the Atlas rolling stock will probably come with microtrains, I'm disappointed because I preferred the Atlas ones. So, that's I understand, and I'm one to say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But since your design is aged and it's not compatible and it's bigger and not as working as the other ones, it is broken because everybody else got up and ahead of you. But start a smaller line that looked more. Is it the impossible couplers? Because that's a smaller. That's the one I've seen that I haven't tried yet, but seems actually promising. N scale size, basically prototypical scaled couplers. They look intense. And Kato's okay. So I'm blaming microtrains here, but Kato is another one of those that could improve by just changing a small thing, and that one is that notch on the outside of the knuckle. It's there because with their own coupler, it makes it perfectly tight, so there's no play at all between two cars, and that's great on passenger equipment because that's more realistic on passenger equipment. Freight locomotives shouldn't have that notch because freight locomotives should have play in the coupler. Jason, that's exactly, yep, that's what I'm saying. That bump on the outside is the issue. You just shave it off and even make it and they work amazing. That's what I do. And I'm very happy with my locos with their couplers. And they're attached to microtrains, and as you can see, it's staying together. The only problems we had is a derailment on other cars that had nothing to do with the loco. So, but at least the Kato issue is something that can be fixed by yourself. I can't redesign the microtrains one, right? It's not just cut a small piece off and it'll be fine. It's just a very finicky design, right? I don't know. I'm just ranting right now. I got scared for a second. I thought my camera froze again. But we're good. We're good. If I'm running all Kato equipment, I leave the coupler alone, but if the argument's running. Yeah, exactly. Jason does exactly what I'm suggesting, and he has the exact same results that I have. I'm glad to see I'm not the only one with that opinion or that solution. Thank you, Jason. For all I know, I bought some equipment off of you online because I bought some equipment without the bump. I'm just surprised that the Mac has it. I thought it didn't because that's the only one I never touched it, but I bought it used and that one never had the issue either. So I thought it was off by someone else. Oh, I go even simpler than that. I go with a filing. With a file and just file it down. So it wasn't cut off, but it was definitely shaven down or something. Work has been, I don't know what whoever owned it before did. Are you in Canada, Jason? Because 95% of what I bought is in Canada, and it's the Kato stuff I have is from Canada. But it would have been on eBay, not on Facebook. So maybe someone bought it off of you to resell it on eBay. Because I did buy a few things on Facebook, but not Kato locomotives. How do I think of it? But yeah, so that bump, other than the strangely other than my SD90 mag that still has it, other than my SD90 mag that strangely still has the bump, that has never had any issue with microtrains couplers. If anything, that's my best working with the couplers. The other ones all have the bump shaven off, and it's been working perfectly fine. So yeah, no, my Kato equipment is either bought new or bought on eBay from Canada. So I may have, and I don't know. But damn, do I love my Kato equipment. And you are correct. The stuff that stays with Kato coupler, that connects to Kato stuff, keeps the bump. So my Kato passenger train has the bump on every coupler, and they work great with it. Yeah, that may be what happened. Anyways, regardless, I'm happy with my equipment, and taking off that bump. I don't know if Dave is still here, but if he isn't, I'll send him a message privately, because he was having some issues connecting from his Kato locomotive with Kato couplers to his microtrains equipment, and I know it's the bump the issue, and he wants to replace the couplers, which he can if he wants, but it's always something. Oh, there you are. So I got confirmation from Jason Fresno here. I'm not the only one doing this, and I'm not crazy for doing this, and it's not just a fluke. Dave, there is a solution to your Kato couplers on those locos. Yeah, his streams have a lot more chat going on, so it's harder to see everything. There's a solution, Dave, that you haven't done on the Kato couplers. Not the one that you just got in a gift, because those one already have microtrains couplers, but the CN engine N scale that you have, and that you have problems with the coupler connecting to microtrain stuff. There is a bump on the outside of the knuckle on the couplers. If you cut off and shave it pretty smooth, that notch off. And if you're not sure, you can send me a picture on Messenger. I tried to show it on camera here, but my webcams can't focus on something that's that small. If you can shave off that bump on the outside of the knuckle, microtrains will connect much easier with it. Much easier. Like the fancy couplers will. I'm so happy to have someone else confirm that, because that means it's not just a fluke, and I'm not the only one who's seen that issue. Jason has made me feel so much more sane on that one. Thank you very much. I'll actually... yeah, I bought a few used Katos, and those came with that bump cut off. So, did you ever sell, Jason? I'm curious, Jason. Did you ever sell a CN GTW SD40? The one that had a much darker paint scheme for whatever reason, because that one has the bumps shaven off. So I will actually take pictures of the difference for the couplers. Okay, well, that one's not for me. So that means someone else also found out that issue and fixed it. I want to see if I can see it properly on pictures and then send it today. That one's coupler looks a little different actually. So that's a bad example. Yeah, that's not a... That coupler is a Kato, but not... It's a different Kato. Anyways. I'll find a good example. Well, I cut the back one, it's just not properly shaven down. Hi, Matthew. So I sent to you, Dave, the example. Mine isn't completely shaven down. It's cut off, but not shaven down, and just that made a big difference. So highly recommend it. Alright, so this loco has done a few laps. Let's go back to is Jersey Bill back from his smoke break? Not yet. Okay. When he's back, we'll make him decide on one of the suggestions he asked for. So I have two of the Kato the Spirit locos. I'm doing conversion on. Nice. Do you have a channel, Jason? I want to see. Go to channel. I'm curious now. Am I missing on some great content yet? Or are you... Oh, mostly. Oh, a derailment. And it's going to be painful and... Because it's always that car. That's some cool stuff that you have. Mostly plain stuff, so... And... Whoa, oh, Garden Railway. 15 years ago. Wow. Okay. We'll look at that later. But, yeah, quiet Saturday night, but not a bad night overall. Quiet is not necessarily bad. Problematics is bad. This is... Other than that derailment, tonight's a good night. Since my gondola has been the cause of every derailment we've had so far with this train, we'll swap it to a different one. Surprising because it's really reliable. this one on. We'll see how that one runs. No clue. We'll see. Should be good, but no. I don't purposefully put equipment that doesn't run well, but it happens sometimes. I am not a superstar or a rock star. I am just a small local band having fun. Dave is a superstar. I am just a starter. I'm the local band that goes to the local bar every few weekends. That's all I am. Alright, so is Jersey Bill back? Quite a long smoke break at this point. I'll have to take it off his pay. Oh my God. I don't need that. Thank you, but I don't need to be. Because he suggested 3 different locos. And I want to run one of the 3, but I'm not running all 3 at the same time. He did say the Big Mac first, so we could do the Big Mac. Well, the Mini Mac, as some other people call it. I mean, Matthew, that makes total sense. I don't like not being around my trains when they run. Did you ask your wife before cutting your nubs off, Dave? Because she might be disappointed if you don't have any nubs anymore. So I will be putting the container train back on, and yes, that is the container train courtesy of Dave. So I will just make sure I put it in the right order, because we found out earlier that it matters on this particular layout, apparently. Speaking of rolling stock and stuff, Dave, if you go to a train show soon, let me know. I have decided on my next request for stuff to buy for me. And it's simple. It's one thing that you already have. Those articulated auto racks, I want a set. Kevin, testing loco now. Locos. Nice. Good. Happy to hear. Kevin, have you done anything with your list yet? What list did I make? List of what? I have forgotten about what list you're talking about, Jersey Bill. Oh, that list. No, I have not. I should do it, but I have not. I'm a bad boy. I looked at it. I opened it. I was like, "This is perfect. This is exactly what I needed." Then I closed it, and then I got busy, and then I got sick, and then 8 excuses later, I haven't touched it. So there's that. I will push the Minimac even further. She does, and unfortunately, the ones for this Christmas got lost in the mail before Christmas, and we're now trying to deal with the what is it called, the seller on eBay. It was clearly shipped and halfway just stopped updating, and it's been stuck. So, which is unfortunate because I actually really wanted that engine, and it's not available on eBay anymore. Procrastination card renew. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Clintonville. And the worst part about that one being lost in the mail is not that it's not the money value, because I know they'll refund us. Is that we can't even buy another one. It's not available. It was so I asked for that one. It was a cheap Bachmann switcher, but those 3-axle locos, and it was so cute. It was so perfect. I wanted to buy it myself. I looked at my girlfriend and was like, "Do you want to add this to the option lists for Christmas?" You're a master debater. But yeah, I really wanted it. Unfortunately, it's not gonna happen. It's just the unfortunate things with eBay. Well, it's shipping actually. It's not eBay, and I'll put a fancy caboose this time, since Dave is here, and he likes my fancy caboose just as much as I do. There you go. Is she struggling? Did I find a limit to the SD90 Mac on this layout? I hope not. I may have. She's not struggling enough to be an actual problem. That's called the old bait and switch, Russ. Are you baiting people? Alright, Kevin, thank you for coming. As usual, thank you for your help as well. And see you on the next live stream. Which, again, from now on, the Saturday nights are steady. 7:30, around 7:38, 7:30 or 8 should be where I start my my streams. So you're all welcome back. Well, it's not done. He's the one going to sleep, but I'm glad to see that people are coming in. So I will run at least half an hour more, maybe an hour more, and we'll say good night afterwards. Like I said, Dave, at least half an hour, maybe an hour. I know you're in pain. Don't worry if you have to go. I've gone to bed before your streams ended before, so I will not blame you if you do the same, especially not in pain. I'm already mad at myself that I missed your 10,000 subscriber stream, but I was gone, so I could not have watched it. But yeah, at least half an hour, probably an hour more. So there's a few locos that I haven't ran tonight that I want to run. Do you fancy doing a video ninja experiment? I can set up a cam, adding it to your stream. Sure, why not? Honestly, why not? You want to be part of my stream? Have fun. Got offline when he was like 24 off. Yeah. See, hi, not Geo, by the way. Well, which is Geo. Do you want to do a send me a message on Facebook on how you want to proceed to feed me the video, and I will go around with it. I think, to me, Discord would be easiest. Or actually, no, Facebook Messenger video call may work. I just need to find a way that I can see the video on my side and share the app on the screen. So to me, it's really to get the video from you. Once I have the video feed on my side, you could also actually stream on YouTube, but make the stream private, that only people you've shared to have access to the stream. That could work well. Honestly, if you can feed me the video you want to feed me somehow, I'll be able to add it on this stream. I will go grab some water while Dave sends me the way of doing it. Thank you very much, Clintonville. Thank you. So, as I was saying, it sounds very interesting, Jason. You are correct. The only worry I'm gonna have right now is make sure the bandwidth, like my data connection, is fast enough for going both ways, getting his video feed and the video back. I wanted guests for a while. The in-person guest would be easiest to set up, but at the same time that commits them to not necessarily be on the full time, but at least have to wait for me to be done, so that's not as fun. And it's not because I do a 5-hour stream that anyone else has to be there for 5 hours, so I don't blame them for that. So online guests could be a great option. A video call, hi Hugo. A video call option like Discord would be a great way to do it. I'll open Discord in case Dave connects to me there, because if it's a call, they'll be able to hear me. I hope it's not going to bug the mic on the streaming platform though. That's the only worry. If it's a call. If it's just a video feed from online, should be fine, right? Come over, we'll do a 12-hour stream. Yeah, I know. I'm not there yet. So sent the link on Messenger. Perfect. So that I've muted my mic. Perfect. So I thought I was connected. Yeah, I am connected. Okay. Dave. So the only reason I have green, not keen on the sea liner. Alright. It's currently loading. Alright, so I'm seeing a stream. Give me a second. Is it paused or is it frozen? I might be at fault for if the video is frozen. Give me a second. So I'm trying to reduce my bandwidth on my side because Dave's video that he sent me already froze after 10 seconds. So before I okay, it's not frozen this time. And it froze again. And I'm the problem here, not Dave. Might be my laptop's getting taxed a lot. I'm not sure why it freezes after a few seconds. Why does it freeze? It froze at the same spot. Pause stream. The video keeps freezing, unfortunately. Are you adding the link to OBS? No, I'm opening it in my browser. Do I have to add it directly in OBS? I've never done the video link. Oh, okay, my bad. Okay. I was not doing that. Okay, that makes more sense now. Send a link on Messenger. So, give me a second, Hugo. I just want to test something with Dave. You need add source select. Okay, so browser. There you go. Create new. Okay. URL. Control V. I will put 720p. 1280 by 720. Control V. Audio via OBS. Use custom frame rate. No. Custom texture. Down. Okay. And it should be. And there you go. You have. And we have another train on the layout. And now I magically have. No, it froze again. Okay, so on the problem, clearly, because it does exactly the same thing on my browser. I know it should be 1920 by 1080, Dave, but the problem is this laptop has limited power, and I don't want to push it. Having multiple 720s is fine, so okay, we'll do that. Just give me a second. Oh, I have the full gig. I have a full gigabit up and down. That's not the issue, Russ. It's just my laptop's performance that is my streaming laptop's performance that is limiting. I'll remove it, and Dave, if you want to send, try it down from to 1280 by 720, just to see if that helps. Oh yeah, sorry, Quentin. I'm running Linux, so I'm the one off the wall here. And that's the only reason this laptop can do live stream of multiple cameras, is because it's Linux. Linux is so much easier on the machine that it takes it. And the browser's not loading anymore. Ah, there you go. Let's see how long it lasts, if it stays. Whoop. We're seeing Dave's floor. And it froze on Dave's floor. Okay, it cut. I think Dave's floor was the best scene we could have had. Oh man. Don't worry, Dave. I've set it up that it goes up by itself if you if it works, but I'd say stick to your good layout. I mean, right now you're seeing my layout and it's pretty good. I do like the idea of having Dave's layout randomly there. I think it could be even funnier if, like, we planned this ahead, Dave. That one random stream. Oh, you're back up. We just add either in one of your stream we add one of my cameras on my layout to your live streams without saying anything, or the other way around. We add one of your layout into my streams, just randomly without saying anything. So as long as it doesn't freeze, it should be good. I think the 720p will be the answer for that. I'm seeing a similar train here. And those are the auto racks I'm jealous of. Oh yeah, Geo, that's yeah, that's true. It's Streamlabs, I think. I've used it with I don't know if he's still here, but Kenton from HO Trains and Slot Cars, he does that. Every stream he does is with that software, and he collabs every time. His whole stream is people coming in, and while he races on his slot car track, people coming in and showing their stream. So that's where I was going with earlier when I was talking about, and I muted myself or something, about the guests. I do want guests in my streams. What type of layout is your layout? Like a dog bone or that kind of thing? Also, how big is it? So I'll be right back to you, Hugo. So I want guests, but I'd have to talk to the guests before. It's working very smooth now, Dave. I think the 720p did the trick. So I need to talk to the guests prior to that, so that we have a direction on where we're going, and if we're putting both layouts together or if we're talking together. I love that little steam engine. I really do. Just have a direction where the layout's going, where the Geo, StreamYard is, maybe I didn't say the right name, but that's exactly what I was thinking of, StreamYard. I said something else and I don't remember what I said, but it is StreamYard. So yeah, I just, if I invite a guest, that guest will be notified ahead, and we will discuss beforehand what we'll talk. I do have some policies to keep the channel politically correct is not the word I want to use, but to keep YouTube happy is the better way to do it. It's just, as long as I keep YouTube happy, you guys will see the channel. So that's all I want to do. And also there's just the type of environment I want to keep and the fun that we have. So that's gonna be the guest thing. I just need to talk to the guest prior. So yeah, drama free is very much a thing, but people like Dave, of course, who already has a YouTube channel and knows how to run one, knows how to keep it drama free and keep it in order, are definitely welcome. We'll still have some discussion points beforehand planned, but it's going to be an easier process. But people with great ideas, like, I know Rouser, he's not here, but he often has great ideas for my layout. Who did, oh man, I'm so bad with name. Jason has been giving me some great pointers and ideas tonight, and the fact that he knew about the coupler notch makes me feel more sane. These are people I want on the channel because they can help out a lot of people, not just me. So these are the kind of people I'd love to have on the channel. And of course, if you currently have a layout that you can put in the background, that would be great, and I can help set up your side of the video. Even Matthew, if he's here, I'd do one with Matthew. Matthew, I know it depends on which setup he'd use, but if he, like, his bedroom setup, right? If he's there with, and he has the train running, but he's answering question, I can help someone who's not as experienced. Dave knows how to do OBS, but you could do your setup of multiple cameras with yourself in OBS and then use OBS to send the signal. There's a way to work with that. If that's the part you're uncomfortable, I can very much help you with that. So that's not anything you'd have to be afraid. Plus, you don't have to stay the full time. Yeah, virtual webcam is exactly what I'm talking about. Not everyone knows about it, Geo, so I can help set it up for people who aren't used to it. And once that is set, we can go ahead. So I'm very open to the idea of having guests. I just never took the time to talk to someone to do this, but this is actually pretty fun. So, so yeah, that would be, oh, derailment. Wow. That is a first on that spot. I will fix that and be right back. And we'll finally answer Hugo's questions, because he had 2 questions that I said minute and I haven't answered yet. So Hugo, you are not forgotten. You are now the I will go for the first one of the 2 because you asked for something else first. Hey, first question was back. Hey Kevin, what are all the scales you do? Well, you've seen both, Hugo. I only do HO and N scale. That's the only 2 that I have right now. I'm very open to the idea of Z scale. The reasons I haven't yet, the stuff I want is in from American Z line in the US, which import fees makes it utterly expensive. It doubles the price. And also my 3D printer is a filament printer, not a resin printer. And scaling down the stuff to Z scale, my filament printer is not precise enough. You basically need a resin printer for Z scale stuff. So for that reason, I'm not ready to move on to Z scale. And the other scale I'm interested in, but I haven't moved to, is G scale. And G scale is because I want something outside for fun. That simple. And for snow days like today, I want a rotary snowplow to clean the track. I really want that. So that's it. So that would be the first question you asked me. And the second question is, what type of layout is your layout like? Is it a dog bone or that kind of thing? And also how big it is. The N scale layout you're seeing is a folded dog bone, they call, because it's 2 loop around and a section that is together, but it doesn't seem like so because it's folded over itself. So it's not a figure 8, it's a folded dog bone. It's, I don't have a picture of it, I don't think, on the laptop that I could show you. It's, do I have a picture? Let me look through. my stuff if I have a picture. Oh, I don't think I have a picture of the... I have this one. Yeah, this one would work. Okay, so let me load up the picture and put it on screen. So, properties, load picture, pictures, thumbnail 4. Okay. And set the visibility to, I'll actually shrink it down so that you can see the Dave messing around with this with his steamers while I show a picture. So I will bring it here. So as you can see, kind of, I'll move the picture around to here, I guess. So the layout starts from the actually I won't do it this way because I don't have my mouse in the screen with this way. I will open the picture and share the screen instead, so you'll see the mouse. Where is... Alright, not that. Alright, so share OBS, so screen. This one, and show. I will move it to somewhere you can see it, like so. So the train starts from here. It goes that way up a hill right around here. Once you reach the top there, it goes straight, but that's above everything. That's 2-inch higher. Goes around there. That's where the first fold of the dog bone is. Hi, Daniel. It goes completely over itself. Goes back against itself. So that's why it's called a folded dog bone, is because that's one part of the dog bone and the other part is at the lower top, and this is where the fold is. So it turns around here, goes underneath itself right there, into the tunnel, goes around and comes back around. So the top and bottom loops are the dog bone ends, and the folded part is the circle here where it's connected. So that's what it is, and that's a 2 feet by 4 feet layout. It's that small. It's N scale, so it's actually decently big for what it is, but it's N scale and that small. My HO scale is 10 feet by 14 feet somehow, and is it's a figure 8, but instead of being a diamond, it's an over and under again. I'm big fan of the over and under, and I have to say, Dave, it is working very smooth, smoother than my loco going up that hill, that's for sure. It's struggling with the amount of cars it has behind. So what I'm seeing here is I need to change my rolling stock running to have something similar to Dave. The only thing I will not be able to put is an auto rack, not because I don't have the ones he has. I have some auto racks. The unfortunate part is they won't fit in those curves. So that's not going to happen, and I can't fit a train as long as his because my CN loco, I only have one of those, will not pull that train up the hill. I'll see what I can do. Let's do something similar. Is your gondola, your black gondola, first or last? Last, okay. And since I don't have auto racks, well, I do, but none that will work on this layout, I will put some boxcars. I have some yellow boxcars. That I do. All right. Now people will not know the difference between the two trains. Well, I mean, there's some pretty obvious differences, but it's funny to think. Oh. Yeah, I saw that happening. The shank on the SD40 isn't as long as on the the ES44. So I'm gonna have to swap them around. As you can see, this one did not get the coupler operation, and it's giving me issues. Go. All right, Hugo, the answer isn't quite as forward as it should be. My layout has 4%, but it's not recommended by anyone, including me. It is giving me a lot of issues, so I'd say go 2.5% if you can. So, because especially in N scale, not only are the locos smaller, meaning that you can make your train go, you know, you can make a lot of track in a small space, but the locos are really not heavy, so they really have a hard time finding grip on the rails. So 2.5% would be the max incline I would do. Armpit of late as usual. Well, hi GCV Grand Rally. Oh, I've seen your layout. Yeah, I've seen your channel. You released a video earlier today. I didn't watch it yet. JCV Grand Valley. I've watched your stuff. Oh yeah, I've seen your videos. Yeah. Alright, Raven, thank you for coming. So I'm 2 videos late, actually. The one from yesterday and the one from today. I didn't watch either of these. But I do watch your videos. You've been doing some great progress. I will actually put your channel here. You're just starting, so you definitely could use a boost. Control V. There you go. So he's been doing a lot of great work. Some work has been helped with friends, which I'm glad, because everyone who starts, there's a lot of things to start, and it's hard to figure out everything. One of them apparently is named Kevin as well, so that's just funny. Otherwise, he's been working and started doing some work. He clearly takes the input well, and I've given it some input on a comment or two a few videos back, and it's been responded positively. So for sure that's always a good sign. I try not to be too critical, but I also try to give some help where I know I can help, because it's a weird in between where I don't want to just arrive and give knowledge that people haven't asked for, because sometimes you can be an asshole by just telling people how to do things, and I don't want to be that guy. But on the other hand, sometimes I make videos and I wish people were that kind of person with me, because I'm getting positive feedback saying, hey, you did great, thank you, is there anything better I could do? No, nothing. And I'm like, well, this isn't a perfect video, so clearly I'm missing something. So that's why I'm seeing like, hey, I want to be helpful but not pushy or an asshole about it. So I hope oh, that's great. We got around the loops. Oh, nice, both loops are up now. Great. So yeah, I'm behind 2 videos behind, so we'll see those videos later. Also, you may notice that there's a camera that does not look like the others for the people for the people in. That's because Dave the Man, Scott's Rails, I don't know how most people here know him, but I don't know if everyone knows about him. He wanted to try something, and since I talked about having guests on the channel through live streams, we are testing. He offered to test it live, and it's been working great so far. Dave's streaming, that is Dave's layout, Scott's Rails layout. For the few who don't know him, I will put his channel, a link to his channel here. Scott's Rail. Ah yes, a simple link. Like so this is the person whose layout is up there. I thought it would be a great test. Well, it was a great suggestion from him to test it, and it's working really smoothly, and I think it's quite fun. And I did purposefully put a similar end scale train to his. I don't have all the identical rolling stock, but similar rolling stock to his. So we now have a similar train going on, as if it's the same, going across the 2 channels. I mean, Jason, it won't hurt anything to do it, so if you feel comfortable with that data. Oh, no worries, JCV. Come back anytime. I'll be on every Saturday night, so come back anytime, and I'll be watching your videos this week for sure. Have a great night, man. Alright, Hugo. So yeah, I thought it was a neat thing to have a similar consist on each side. Oh, it's the same train. It's the same train. It's just when it goes through the portal of his channel back to mine, it goes through a few changes, like the color of certain containers and the two articulated autoracks become boxcars suddenly. The only thing I wouldn't be able to follow, while it's the identical one, is the bullet train. Unfortunately, it does not operate on 9 3/4 inch radius, so it's that's where it's limited. So, but it is a very nice concept. And now I've been thinking, I told myself I wouldn't, but now I'm wondering if I should get a Big Mac in HO scale. I told myself I wouldn't, but who doesn't love a Big Mac? I actually don't like McDonald's Big Macs. I don't like pickles, and that's like a third of the flavor. I mean, Jason, I would still put it up. It's just, if people, you can let people know, like do an intro saying, hey, this is old footage from back then, so that people aren't expecting that you'll change, use their suggestion in the next video because, you know, it's old content that you are just republishing. To me, and back on the McDonald's stuff, if I go there, the Quarter Pounder BLT, no pickle, is where it's at. A BLT burger has a ton of flavor because of the veggies and the bacon and the meat, while it doesn't have pickles to take over everything, and it's just good. Now I want one. God damn it, it's too late for that. It's not a bad thing, Gio, but I need my veggies. I need the crunch of a veggie in my burger, so that's why the BLT is where it's at for me. And there's no mustard in the BLT one. It's mayo and ketchup, so easy on guys. I mean, it's not real burgers, but sometimes when you're in a pickle, McDonald's saves you, so I don't eat pickles from McDonald's when I'm in a pickle. And that's the thing, right? Sometimes I want to eat a real burger, and sometimes I want a McDonald's burger. When I want a McDonald's burger, don't offer me a real nice burger, because I don't want real nice stuff. I want a McDonald's burger. But yeah, a Quarter Pounder BLT is absolutely delicious in its own way. It's still McDonald's, but it's delicious in its own way. So, now that all of this is working great, I mean, I just changed the train not long ago, actually, so I don't need to change it anytime soon. Fun fact, I live in the city where the McFlurry was invented. It's not as special of a story as you'd think. Well, it's pretty close. With tax, it's like $22 for a Big Mac meal here, yeah. But yeah, funny story. I live in the city where the Big Mac, not the Big Mac, the McFlurry was invented, and it's it's the funniest story, as in it's just a bratty kid with a stubborn parent type of thing. The story is that simple. There is also a Dairy Queen in my city. The McDonald's owner, well, the branch owner, the owner of the franchise, had a kid that wanted a Blizzard, and the guy was like, "No, we're not spending on a Blizzard. I have ice cream at where I own." So he went there and he crushed some whatever type of either cookies or Oreos or whatever he wanted the flavor of his Blizzard to, and he made it happen from that. And I don't know if he talked to the higher ups or something, but it became a McFlurry, and that's how it happened. It's just a kid who really wanted a Blizzard and a parent who owned McDonald's that didn't want to go get a Blizzard. That's all it was. So, I also learned something recently. The reason McDonald's don't show you the price on the app before you select the location is because McDonald's owners are allowed to raise the price of certain items over the price McDonald's sets. So, for example, a McDonald's besides a highway might have more expensive coffee but cheaper burgers than a McDonald's in the same city, in the center of a city, where the competition is not the same. So I will look at my McDonald's, the price of a Big Mac combo. Of course, it's so now I'm curious the price of the Big Mac combo in at McDonald's in Canada. Order. So burgers. Big Mac meal is $11.39 plus tax where I live, and the quarter pounder BLT is $12.69 plus tax. So that means it's about $15 with tax for the Big Mac combo. It's actually cheaper than I expected. Huh. But who only gets that combo, right? I upgrade my fries to a poutine most of the time, so that's another $4. And if you get nuggets on the side, because who doesn't love their nuggets, that's another deal. That's, yeah. So yeah, me too. But you can't eat anything. That's the worst part, Dave. I hope you like eggs, because those scrambled eggs must be painful. I don't like eggs, so I would hate it so bad. So bad right now. Huh? I really don't like eggs. I don't like eggs, pickles, and big fruits. mushrooms, and mushy vegetables. It's a texture thing. It really is a texture thing. Except for apples. I just don't like the taste of apples. I also don't like ice cream, so I guess that's a weird thing for me. That's my weirdest part. Like, of all the things I don't like, the fact that I don't like ice cream is definitely the weirdest part about me. Oh yeah, canned peas. Any vegetables that is mushy is awful. Oh. Fresh vegetables, amazing. Mushy vegetable, those cooked in a stew for 5 hours where they become mushy as all, and you just push. No, I can't. Just make it a pottage where it's like cream. Just skip that part. Just make it a cream. Keep that one down low with the ice cream. I mean, I'm not proud I don't like it, but that's probably what's been saving myself from becoming 300 pounds. It's probably what saves me. So I'm surprised, in a good way, that we haven't seen a Dave's face appear randomly in his stream. But not a bad thing. Just surprised. But I do think it would be funny that I'd put a cam of one of my trains on your multicam setup randomly. See who would notice. Like, only when you go in the 9 camera setup, one of them would be mine, hidden somewhere. Okay, Russ, that's weirder than me. I will say that. So yeah, just randomly one of my layout running, and I'd put the angle with the scenery done at the tunnel and everything, just so that it looks finished like yours. Just to see who would notice first. For sure. Are you doing one tomorrow or are you not? Because I know you wanted to do one tomorrow, but probably not. But for the giveaway, then you thought about it and said no, it's too quick to announce. But do you feel like doing one tomorrow anyways? Just a short one for fun, or not at all? Or are you doing the giveaway tomorrow? I saw your stream, like I saw the replay where you talked about it, but I'm not sure. Not tomorrow. All right. You did say legal drugs, but cannabis is legal. All right. Well, we'll set that up next Friday or other day if this Friday you're too zoned out because of your operation, because that appointment on next Friday is going to be rough. Very rough. So I don't expect you to actually be good out of that day. So, and also, one thing I will ask for the people in this chat that are aware of the plan of putting one of his cameras, my layout, in the 9 camera picture, don't mention it on the stream and see from the people who didn't watch this stream will notice, because you guys will look for it, and if it's there, we'll find it right away, and it's gonna be a fun joke. But if we say it right away, they'll realize quickly, right? I want to see how long it takes them without us telling them. So that's, I think that's the one thing I'll ask everyone here, is to not tell people on Dave's streams that camera is mine. I want to see if they notice it's different and if they know whose it is. I think it's going to be hilarious. Because I think a few will pick up, because when there's a derailment, oftentimes the chat picks it up before Dave even hears it, right? People are good at noticing these things. But knowing something's off and knowing whose it is and what's the situation is two very different things. And especially because I don't have the same rolling stock as Dave. There's a few locos I have that is the same, but I don't have enough rolling stock that is like Dave's to make the same train run as Dave. So it's gonna have to be different trains running through that camera. So people are gonna notice that for sure. But will they recognize it's me? That's gonna be even funnier. You just follow a train through the cameras, and then randomly you see a completely different train go by in another camera, and you're like, that's not it. Yeah, that sounds like an interesting idea. I'm super down for that. We'll definitely do that. I'm still really proud of my sorry, I shaved a few days ago and it's still itching. I'm still super proud of that. Outside of the tunnel, the area I scenicked, like the little dirt mountain with the trees that Dave sent me and everything in HO scale. That area just looks phenomenal. I really need to keep working on that part, the scenery of that layout. The parts that I've done have come out great. I mean, this one's looked decent. Pretty good, actually. But it's, yeah. I'm just proud of what I've done overall, quite frankly. Alright, so I'm seeing Dave is changing some stuff on his layout. Time to, actually, it's almost time for me to end it, but I'm gonna keep on going a little longer. I still have the energy, so we'll put another train on. Jersey Bill never came back from his smoke. He must have smoked a whole pack at this point. Someone will even say he smokes like a chimney. So let's put another train. How long do you think you'll continue to grow your hair, Kevin? Until April. I haven't seen him in a while. He said he went for a smoke break. I asked him for an engine and he never came back. So, until April, because it's cold in the winter and I don't like short hair in the winter. But in the summer, it's warm and gets sweaty long hair, so that's what happens. Yeah, I'm not saying I actually don't know. Nice one, Russ. So for the next engine, something we haven't ran in a while would be my Alaska Railroad with some passenger cars behind it, because that set somehow work. Oh, thank you, Paul. Somehow works on this layout. I expected it to have an 11-inch minimum radius, but apparently it doesn't. Works on this. So let's put that on. So last time we used this, it was... no worries. Thank you, Dave, for trying. This was actually pretty cool, so... well, thank you. You guys now have seen a multi-setup live stream, so that was really cool. Remove. Yes. We will get... Last time that we did this, we had a derailment with one of the 3 cars, and I don't remember which one caused the issue. So I expect it to happen again. And I'm hoping we will find which one it is and try to make it work. Because it's a set as is, and I really like this set. And without one of the 3... it feels incomplete because I've seen it so many times as a set of 3. It's a neat little engine. This is my first real it's my first N-scale set. When I started N-scale in 2019, January of 2019 actually, it was this set that I got as an oval, and it's been working great. I actually had some surface rust to deal with on 2 of the wheels, but other than that, it was just surface rust. It was cleaned pretty easily. Other than that, it's been working great. It looks great. The passenger cars perform surprisingly well. And I don't know. For a Bachmann, I can't say anything. I can't say anything bad. It just works. And I'm quite pleased. It has interior for the cars have interior, so detail is there. Locos has lights. Okay. I know it sounds simple, but it's simple. It has lights and they work, and it's nice. It just works. It is true, Jason. I know. I have some Bachmann in HO scale as well, and it's not all bad, but N scale, they have a worse rap than HO scale. HO scale, it's their steam engine that have a bad rap for cracked gears. Usually their diesels are good. Old school Bachmann, like 90s Bachmann, all around is just really rough in N scale. Early 2000, they started improving. Since like 2010, they've been pretty decent, but no problem, Dave. I'm glad it worked, and I'm glad you know the trick for your next purchases, because I actually don't know what you bought. I don't even know what scale it is, but knowing you, this is not your last N-scale Kato engine. you will buy more Kato engines if in N scale, because you've seen multiple times now how well they run, and I don't think you'll want to buy. I mean, you'll want to buy some other brands as well because you like to try other stuff, but they just run so good that I know you'll buy more Kato stuff for your engines, and that coupler trick really helps. We never know, Jason. We never know. But yours already have the trick done, so that's that. Also, Dave, since you couldn't get the full military set in HO scale, Kato does make it in N scale now, so if you want that set, that's a thing. You did say it was starting to duplicate the HO and the N scale. You could have the same loco in N scale, and you could also have the rest of the military set, or at least the other one you wanted that never showed up. That's a thing, because Kato actually delivered the whole set at once. I don't know if OVR still has some, but they had some in DC for decently cheap. I have to go check now. N scale, locomotives. In N scale, Jason? Is that the Kato or the Bachmann one? Because I don't remember if Kato did a Daylight GS4. Is it DC or DCC? I shouldn't ask these questions. I don't need another engine. I shouldn't ask these questions. I don't need another engine. Oh yeah, I know. I'm going manually through the list. OVR still has some DC left of the army paint scheme. Not all of them, but some of them. They have all of them in DCC left. So, which one is this one? The 723, they only have the DCC left. $722, they have the DC and DCC. The 721, they only have the DCC left. The 720 has a DC left, and the 6464 only has DCC left. Yeah, they're good. They still have 3 of the gray and maroon and yellow, the red and maroon. 7022, I think, is the navy one. They have one in DC available in N scale. Anyways, I don't need more engines. I don't need more engines. I don't need more engines. Stop looking at these. Oh, now you're looking at the Rapido. Oh, they have some left? Oh, no. They have more RDCs left in DC. Oh, no. Oh, no. Why did I see this? The BC rail, I wanted it and I didn't get it. Oh. I said not yet. They have the Via rail left as well. Oh, man, I can't even make the decision out of this then. Oh. I can't buy it tonight either way, but oh. Should not have seen that. People, please go buy the Rapidos RDCs in N scale. The DC one specifically. Because I don't want them available. Because now I have the option to buy them. And I don't want to have that option. I want to buy more, but I shouldn't. So if they're all sold out, it won't be a problem anymore because I can't buy it from them. And that's the only place I want to buy them, is from OVR, because they're cheaper than Rapido sells them. The DC one is 152 Canadian, $153 Canadian. With tax, it's 175. That's cheaper. Rapido asks 170 plus tax. So please, people, buy the Rapido one, the Rapido RDC, so I can't. I'm surprised Dave has had enough self-control not to buy one of them yet. They're gorgeous. And they run so good. Okay, I need to stop looking because I can't buy any anyways. Like I'm sad for Rapido and OVR that they're still available in general, because they absolutely deserve the sales. Like, they're such a good product. It doesn't deserve to stay on a shelf. Oh. And you've been taken for a ride. But the Via Rail and the BC Rail ones, I really want them, and I can't justify them right now. The other ones, I'm like, yeah, but it's not Railroads I model, so it's okay. But the BC Rail and the CP Rail ones, oh man, I can't. I understand, Dave, but those RDCs are something else. They're something else. So, of course, this being an engine in RDC, it doesn't use the wand, but their lighting in the interior lighting on those RDCs is so gorgeous. Were you here earlier, Jason, when I ran the RDC? If not, I'll put it back on track after that one, and I'll dim the lights to show you the interior lighting. It's the perfect level of glow, where it's not too bright that it's, you know, blinding or the problem, but it's bright enough that it actually has a lighting effect on each side of the train on the ground. It has a capacitor to keep it on a little bit after you turn off the power, even on DC. That's why it's so incredible to me. It's that the number boards and the interior lights are on a capacitor on the DC model, meaning it stays on after you've stopped the train. It's so well made. Rapido did so well with those. So well. I can't. They have a pre-order for the RDC2s because they made the RDC1, and then there's the RDC2s coming later. I mean, I'm not surprised. They did so well with the first batch. If it's just a body change, then it's worth tooling the body of the other one and keeping the chassis of the rest that worked so great and was loved by everyone. It's absolutely worth doing. That's a good call. So they only have 2 BC rail in stock, but they have 12 CP rails in stock. That means the CP rail one is absolutely a possibility in the future, because I highly doubt someone will come in and buy 12 of them. Meaning that if I wait a little bit and I save my money, I could buy a CP rail one. BC rail one, I think only 2 left. It's slim chance. It's also so good though, so good. I'm not looking anymore. Let's stop look at this because I can't buy it anyways. Can you run the 611? Do I have a 611? What is the 611? Hello, Dexter. What loco is the 611? I have to go look through my locos. I'll be right back. I do not have a 611, my friend. Class J. Is that this? I know J class is a steamer, but I have a Prairie 262, but that's not a J class. That's a much smaller steam engine. And that one's a 613. Is that the one you're... Okay, no, I don't have that. I do not have any, not even an HO scale. Thank you very much, Jason, for the information, though. Thank you very much. It is. Mine, unfortunately, has no traction. So, other than the caboose, it can't pull anything around this layout. And the other unfortunate... This is a... no problem, Dave. Have a good one. Thank you for coming and testing stuff with me, actually. The only other unfortunate part is mine doesn't have any lights. And I have not had the balls to open it and to add one myself. So, there's that. But it is an engine. It is definitely a nice little steam engine. I do have another steam engine, but it doesn't take the tight curves. It's just as small, but it's just pickier. That one has a light on it, and it's so detailed, so gorgeous. I know, it's just I need to add a micro LED inside that tiny thing. That tiny headlight, and then pass the wire through and find a space to put the capacitor as well. All in there, in that space where the motor is, on top of that, as if that wasn't tight enough. So delicate and intricate. Like, the idea of adding a light isn't hard. Adding the proper micro LED at the proper spot there, a little tougher. So I'm not opposed to trying later, but it's not a priority because that engine works well right now, and I don't want to mess something good. It's one of those things that if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So there's 10 minutes left to the stream. I think I'm going to end it at 1 a.m. my time, which is in 10 minutes. So really good to know, Jason. Good to know, Jason. Good to know. If you have any requests for a locomotive to run before the end, it is time to ask. I could change the loco and maybe even a few cars for the last 10 minutes. So feel free to ask right away. Otherwise, we will watch this little guy for another 9 minutes now. And we will say good night. Now you got me curious, but I'm not opening it tonight. You really got me curious, though. Like, I know it's doable. It's just... it feels like there's no margin for error. I would almost like to buy a spare shell and do it to the spare shell, and if it works, swap the shell, and if it doesn't, leave it as is. No, not tonight. I can't open it tonight. Honestly, it's passing the wires from the headlight to the boiler. It's gonna be a really tight... Here's a hint. The headlight isn't a light tube that leads to the boiler. You say that, but mine does not have a lens or a hole at the bottom. So unfortunately, I mean, I could still drill a hole into from the boiler to the headlight, and then, but I want it to be bright. I would still need to drill a hole in the tiny headlight holder. This is what I'm worried the most about. The other option would be to entirely replace that headlight holder by just a micro LED with a separate housing. That seems fun, Brent. Oh, so mine was bought from someone. It was never used, but that person had it in his collection for a while. So it might be... I might have to contact you later, Jason, but this is not a priority, though. It's tempting, but not a priority. And again, it's working so well. I'd hate myself if I ruined it. It's so pretty as is without the lights. It would be so much better with the lights, but at the same time, if I break it, I'm gonna be so mad at myself. So that's why I don't feel ready yet. I'll put it that way. But I'll keep you in mind. So good night, Drew, by the way, if you're still here. I need to stop looking at it. I need to stop looking at it. I can't. I'm almost tempted to have a derailment just to put my mind on something else. Why did you say there was more space than I thought? My problem again is really how to bring the light either in the light housing or at the bottom, but have the light go through, because this one does not have the passage. It's just a full black plastic shell. So I would need a micro LED and wires to go through that. That means that, I mean, micro LED wires are very thin, so that could go through a very tiny pinhole, which would fit. Or, you know, I could just pay shipping to send it to you. That's also an option. Feels like you kind of... Oh, that camera froze. Kind of accidentally said you did it yourself before, so that means you could do it again. Okay, it's freaking out again, so... It's on the fritz. Is it dying already? Did my camera die? That would be awful. Let's see how long that lasts. I learned through doing. I thought these things were so tight. Yeah, I guess. I'm starting to do HO scale lighting. I still need some time to learn the N scale stuff, right? I replaced old bulbs with LED bulbs in diesel engines, but those have plenty of space. The bulbs are just as big as the 3mm LED, so that's the same. Oh, it is time. Thank you, Paul, for reminding me. Well, good night, everyone. Thank you all for coming. We will see you next Saturday. Thank you very much, Jason. Next Saturday, about the same time, between 7:30 and 8:30 my time. Tonight was 7:30 my time. Up until about the same time, so feel free to join me later that night. And I will wish you all a great week. I will wish you health very much, and for those who are not retired, have fun going back to work. Thank you all for coming. Have a great week. See you on the next stream.